Yeah.
Don't even need to do that with 2.5 pages of notes from one session. Like, what the hell?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to session 42, which is basically going to be one giant recap.
Yes.
I mean, 42 is the answer of life, if I'm correct, right? If I'm remembering that right, yeah.
Yes, exactly. How is everyone?
We've had our moustache, so we're not going to die. It's fine. The only thing that might kill us is paperwork.
Paper cuts can kill you.
Oh boy.
Paper cuts dangerous. But it's not going to kill Vieira because she's not going to be handling any paper
I got
whatsoever.
a paper cut last week.
Mm-hmm. Deadly one.
Yeah. It was like,
I was preparing her eulogy, so you know.
Yeah. I sent it to Lena. I was like, can you see the guts coming out? Terrible.
From your finger?
Yeah.
That is a bit worrying.
It was actually not a paper cut. I was opening up a can of pate.
We'll pass. Oh.
Yeah, did you guys see the threats in chat today? She promised to bury us. And I was like,
I didn't
what?
say that.
No, you didn't.
No.
I'm gonna fuck you all so hard today. Is the quote in chat. So that's fun.
At least get me some dinner first.
Come on. I'm cooking paprikas, but only Lena knows what it is.
Chicken and I was gonna say peppercorns then, but it's not.
It's chicken stew with dumplings, but with a lot of paprika.
Paprika.
Yeah.
Nice. It's red. It's the red of your hearts. It's good.
We digress. We digress.
Yes.
Talking about which, I need to get something out of the oven. Be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris, kick off the recap in the meantime. Why don't you? Try to
I'll do my best to summarize my 2.5 pages of notes, but I can't make any promises. So last session started off at a very dubious, possibly 11 p.m., maybe 1 p.m., possibly 3 a.m. We're not quite sure. But basically, Samira woke Vieira up and finished the rest of her night before then heading off to sleep. Vieira sat around for a while waiting for her to go to sleep properly because she's used to sitting around and listening to these guys sleep. And then headed down to the ship on her lonesome through the very safe streets. No problems encountered whatsoever. Got to the ship and had a conversation with Creo about both the creature and the bag to let him know that we'd found the bag and it potentially contained Hilda's soul. But she wanted to kind of talk to him privately first, just in case it wasn't Hilda's soul as well. Creo pointed out he knew someone that would be able to help, and it would take them approximately a day to arrive, which was a bit confusing to Vieira, given that they were in a port town. How were they going to get here suddenly, so quickly? But anyway, I digress. So Vieira then mentioned that she was going to go and get Matteo and get him on board the ship before the other two woke up so that we could leave very promptly the next morning. And she went back to the inn. As she was opening up the door, she called out Ibrath and he padded down off the bed, waking up Cassius. He was very much in a panic, having had just woken up from his nightmares. And Vieira slipped inside the room and they had a brief conversation where Vieira did her best to try and calm him down, highlighted that she'd also had the same dream. And there was some discussion about waking up Samira, and Vieira cautioned against it because if she was having the same dream, then it would be best to know everything from that dream rather than break it and wake her up halfway through. So we decided to leave her to sleep. Cassius then just remained awake, I think, while Vieira went out to grab Matteo with Ibrath and then take Matteo down to the ship. When Vieira arrived, everyone was already awake and on board. the other group was already on board as well entirely, and Creo sent the twins back with Vieira to wake up Cassius and Samira because it was time to leave. They wanted to leave before dawn. So Vieira sprinted back with Ibrath in tow again, woke up Samira, Cassius grabbed Bo, and then the rest of us basically picked up all the saddlebags and all the stuff that we're carrying and then went back to the ship. We jumped on board. They pulled up the gangplank literally as we were climbing off it, essentially. And then we went down below deck, settled all our stuff into place, and then headed upstairs to talk to Louisa, during which there was a very long-winded, awkward apology from all three of us. And then before waiting for her to give any kind of response, Samira kind of grabbed everyone, linked her arms, and then started leading us off. Avahira chuckled a little bit as we walked past the mast and said that you might want to give her a chance to respond, typically. So Vieira unlinked and then immediately went straight back up to continue talking to Louisa. And she accepted the apology from us. Hopefully smoothed though the worst of the ruffles, probably not all of them, but at least try and get us back on level ground, so to speak. Then returned to the main deck, where Vieira had a conversation with Avahira about multiple different things. Cassius and Samira went below deck in the meantime, while Vieira talked to Avahira about the creature that we had fought. Found out it was a hag, found out it's quite far east because it's usually on the other side of the Elvenlands, found out a bunch of other information about them too, to do with them being in covens and all that kind of stuff. And because it was tipping it with rain, we had a brief conversation about ourselves, and then Vieira excused herself to return below deck out of the rain. While that conversation was going on, Samira and Cassius talked about the apology. Cassius also talked about the dream a little bit, and Samira asked if she could do anything to help, and he just said to make some noise because he didn't want the silence to continue. So, Vieira, coming downstairs, was given breakfast by the cook, Erica, and she came in and then shared that with the other two, settled down and started grinding the anti-sickness herbs in, as well as some of her worm tongue leaves in, and Cassius spotted it, and there was a conversation about them wanting to try it too. Vieira eventually gave up that it's actually poison, and she's been doing it for several weeks now. The other two were a little bit put off, set up by the fact that she's poisoning herself, but they kind of see the purpose of it ultimately, I think, even if it's Vieira keeping yet another secret. So we then basically kind of settled down to rest. Samira settled down to do some of her weaving. Vieira went to rest, but then became sick because she failed her Constitution saving throw. And Cassius was listening to the dwarf talk about his enchanting, and then headed back to cross-reference his alchemy book, citing the dwarf as a nerd. Vieira's outside because she's sick, and on her way back down has a conversation with Giuseppe, the dwarf, about enchanting and the theory and all that kind of side of things. Giuseppe. Okay, I don't do Italian names very well.
Giuseppe.
Wow.
Giuseppe.
Very, very much
Whatever.
spoken how it's read.
Luigi.
Yeah, Luigi. There is a bit of a conversation with him, with Vieira, talking about the theory side of things. We're all interrupted at this point by hearing the crew singing a song and realizing that the ship's actually stopped briefly. And we all head upstairs onto the deck to see the crew basically honoring Hilda in their own way and singing a sea shanty kind of song. She was wrapped up in kind of some like oilskin cloth, kind of, I think.
Nope. Linen.
No, linen. Okay. And then she's tossed neatly overboard.
Mm-hmm. Given to the sea.
Given to the sea. Yeah. Once we're back downstairs, we have a brief. Viera and Cassius have a bit of a conversation about celebrating. I'm not quite sure where Samira is at this point. I think you're doing your weaving still.
Just mad weaving.
Mad weaving, I think. That was most of your boat journey, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Samira sends a message to Layla. We find out about customs. And then Samira sends an urgent second message to find out what we should do with all our shady stuff. Cassius has a conversation with the dwarf, Giuseppe, and he mends the journal a bit and points out that we should probably hand it over to the first guards that we find because it's evidence of the Cardinal's murder / death / situation. After that, Cassius heads to talk to Creo about customs, and Creo points out that we'll dock for the night because of the time of arriving, and because everything's usually closed around that time, it'll just be easier to dock outside and then enter in the morning. And he also points out that we need to register as spellcasters. We'll need to request an interpreter too, because everything's done in Celestial, essentially. So we're going to have to spend a bit of coin on documentation and translators and notaries and all kinds of stuff. So Cassius comes back, relays all that info to us. Samira finishes weaving the scarf, kind of. I'm not exactly sure how you described it, but it was like a scarf that you could tie around his neck and make him look like he was owned by someone.
Yeah, it's like that triangle bandana scarf thing that you can the pets usually have.
Yeah.
Like you put around German Shepherds.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Yeah. So you rolled a 3, I think, the first time, and then used your fate point to roll again, and did a nice quality version. The more interesting part was when you then approached Ibrath to have a brief conversation with him, given that you haven't really spoken to Ibrath much on your own, I don't think.
Never, I think. That's why I was precautious.
Yeah, everybody opens their eyes to watch this particular conversation take place. And you do manage to successfully put the scarf around his neck and tie it on and kind of flip it over his shoulder. I've just got successfully puts it on without losing any fingers. So,
that's a win.
Yeah, that's a win. At this point, Erica brings us dinner. We talk about what we're going to do with all our sketchy goods. Layla just tells us to be clean and declare everything. At this point, the ship is kind of, I think there's a sound and we're pulling close to the port of Tucson. We do go out to have a look at the town from the deck of the ship. And we noticed that the other group, the researchers of Forgotten Lore, have a boat basically deployed so that they can go ashore that evening because they've already got all their paperwork and stuff sorted out, so that's fine. We all head to sleep, and I think it was just before going to sleep you had a conversation with Bo, Cassius, about dismissing him while inside a city of Celestials, basically.
City of Celestials, specifically magical dick.
Yeah, but did you actually dismiss him at this point, or did you just talk about it?
Not yet.
Okay. So yeah, we head to sleep. Nobody really posts a watch. We have Bo and Vinny basically keeping watch during the night. And at some point early in the morning, before dawn, we hear a thud as Creo manages to, on his advantage stealth check, roll below a 5 on both. He trips over a box, waking everybody up, and mentions that he'd like Vieira to follow him because his accomplice has arrived, I think. I'm not sure if he actually mentions it. I think he does mention it. Cassius asks if he can come with as well, and Creo just says no, just Vieira for now. And Vieira grabs everything, the journal, the black goo stuff, all that kind of stuff, the soul bag, etc. And then heads into Creo's private quarters, where he closes all the doors behind us and bars the final one as well. He then waits for Vieira to kind of sit herself down, and he tells her a little bit about his backstory and the fact that he used to sail on another ship prior to this one, which sunk, and he nearly died because of it, but due to his acquaintance / patron, he was offered something else instead, and he is now alive because of that. He wants Vieira to keep it private, obviously, understandably. The rest of the crew doesn't know about this at all. And the patron doesn't arrive yet. He warns us that a little bit about the city too, or warns Vieira to let the others know that the city is a dangerous place and that everyone is connected to something. Even the lowliest pickpocket is part of something bigger. At that point, his patron then arrives. There's a bit of an awkward, I don't think awkward's quite the right word, but like a mulled silence between everybody as this happens, and conversation is a little bit sparse. But his patron does give us a bit of information about the soul inside the bag, being some kind of celestial godlike creature, so potentially an Nesma, we guessed. Vieira then asks her to kind of free it if she can, and she does. So she frees the soul to join the pain, is how she described it. And the cycle of life here is broken, we learn. The souls themselves aren't free as they should be. We're not sure how long that's been like that, but Vieira does ask about if this is connected to a tree in some way, and his patron does reply that the tree can bring life or the tree can bring pain, are the words that she used. I don't think the patron does an awful lot other than that. Gives us basically a bunch of information on the tree that both Cassius and I saw in our dreams, and then kind of brushes Creo's cheek on the way out and disappears. Creo and Vieira then talk a little bit. Takes Vieira by surprise, I think, more than anything. But Creo asks about her sister, and Vieira shares everything she knows. We talk a bit about the Mantle of Power as well, and Creo would like to be kept up to date on anything if possible, and he will share what he knows about stuff if he finds it out. Vieira, knowing she doesn't have any way to keep in touch with him, just says that obviously he can message, so he should probably just stay in touch whenever he wants an update. We do also briefly discuss the Earth Guardian of Tarya, because Creo was convinced that we had something to do with helping with the sandbank that formed overnight. And he also asks about the Spider Temple, And Vera kind of doesn't give away too much, only that we were involved essentially and that we killed the Spider Queen person thing, effort, spinner. Doesn't mention the name. At this point, kind of everything's pretty much concluded. Creo says that he's going to drop us off tomorrow morning. And there's a brief mention about Vieira talking to the Mantle of Life as well, and that gets Creo's attention a little bit. He's interested in making a deal, to which is to be discussed, I think, at this point. And I think that's pretty much it. Vieira kind of returns to the others at this point who are waiting below deck, and she doesn't quite convey everything just yet for specific reasons, but she does convey that the black stuff, we're told to pour it into the earth because it's a creature of pain and it belongs to the earth, so we should return it. She did also tell the others that the bag was unwoven, releasing the soul to the tree of pain, which gets Cassius a little bit riled up, because he's, I think, more and more aware that that is what awaits people when they die here now. At least for now, it is. She also conveys all the information about the hag, and also not to mess with the snake people, because everybody in the city is connected, and the snake people are called the Gorgons, and they run the underbelly, basically. And then we all got to click the long rest button.
Yay!
Amazing.
So not so bad, not so bad.
Not so bad.
Yeah, you missed it was linen or not oil skin or whatever, like bad notes. I think you did a good job, but otherwise it was good enough.
Well, let me turn down this creaking a tiny bit. This is fucking loud. Okay, so it is morning. I didn't change the screen because I wanted to have you like to have that like nice reveal of it is the next day. And
Nice.
There we go.
it's still raining in Lena, right?
It's drizzling.
It's drizzling. Okay, good to know.
Drizzle.
There's a difference between torrential rain and drizzling.
Drizzle's worse, isn't it? Isn't that the kind of rain that just soaks through everything?
No.
I mean,
that's not my experience.
Eventually, yes, but
Eventually, yes.
So yeah,
I always feel like drizzle is worse.
you wake up to the kind of harbor morning fog that lifts relatively quickly because it's drizzling and the temperature change. To a fresh day in front of the capital city of Hohea. Susan.
So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my fate point for this session to remove a level of exhaustion.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna join you on that, buddy.
Well, at least I'm down to only one level of exhaustion now, so my speed isn't halved.
Now I'm back to normal.
Yeah. All good.
Yeah, you wake up.
Stretch, feeling a little bit better after a proper sort of good night's sleep. Interrupted slightly by people kicking boxes over in the middle of the night, but I'm used to that. So, yeah, just kind of look around, stretch.
just wake up slowly, watch, look over to Vera. Dreams?
Nope.
Good.
Dreams?
No. Well, different kind
Normal
of,
ones.
but
Don't want to know about your dreams, Layla. It's fine.
What dreams? Who's been what?
no, just not pain shit. Don't worry about it. No pain shit.
Okay, if it's not pain, it's good. That's good. That's good. Ah, fuck.
We should probably get up and get moving.
Yeah, we have a lot to do today. God. Fucking paperwork. How are we gonna do that?
Before we head out, Vera, I just want to. I didn't feel good about something. I just want to mention it. But what the fuck was that last night?
What was what?
Her going alone?
I get that Creo didn't want anyone else. That's fine. That's up to him.
Yeah.
But I expected at least a little bit of fight from your side. We were all involved in getting this bag. And
yes and no. I mean, it was me who asked for him to help us figure out what the soul bag was.
Because you went on your own again in the morning. You didn't involve us.
Well, I did. Because Creo had the right to know that potentially Hilda's soul was in that bag.
Yeah, and I think, didn't I mention that possibility of that happening?
Yeah.
So, who he dropped out? Abel dropped out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what did you miss?
You just started talking.
I just said, didn't I mention the possibility of that being the case? So, I'm already automatically involved there. I mean, I don't want to have any fight or discussion right now anyways, but if we started this, then I'll just keep on going, but...
It's not a fight, I just wanna...
Set the record
I don't
clear?
know. Yes.
Okay, that I understand.
Communicate that I don't feel good about what happened last night, and I want no undue...
About what specifically that happened last night?
That we weren't... That you didn't even mention or like say, no, a part of a deal or something that we would be involved, all of us, with seeing this resolved. I just... And maybe would have said no, and then we would have said, well...
That never came up until last night, if I'm honest.
Well,
so the fact that all of us wouldn't be involved didn't even cross my mind. I mentioned the soul bag to him. I mentioned that it potentially might contain Hilda's soul, and the type of creature that we fought, and asked him if he knew anything about it. And he said that he had an acquaintance, associate, accomplice, something, whatever, that would be able to help and would know more. And I said, yeah, sure, arrange a meeting. That was all I knew up until he crept in last night. So I assumed that all of us would probably be involved. But because...
What was his reasoning for just you coming?
Like with everyone he deals with, he wants the least number of people to know about the people he deals with, his accomplices or associates, if you like. The smaller you keep the circle, the less likely something might slip.
Okay, so...
And because it was me who brought the bag, it was them who asked for me to bring it to them.
So can I just ask, and you can just answer normally, are you gonna share who that contact is, or have you been forbidden or some sense?
Creo's asked me not to say anything other than it's somebody he knows, it's an accomplice of his, and honestly, there's nothing that is going to help or hinder or affect you guys. It's someone he knew, someone that knows about soul bags, and they dealt with it.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, it's fine that it was resolved, and I don't blame you for it, but it's more in the sense that, and I had a brief conversation with Samira afterwards, it was primarily... Okay, let me say it this way. I was the one that brought up maybe keeping it for some reasons, other reasons, but if you were mostly the one that wanted to see it freed, that was fine. I was willing to concede.
I wanted to know what kind of soul was in the bag first.
Very well. But but then when Kiryu came and asked just you,
That was a surprise to me too.
Puttered, but I don't know. I just I hoped for a little bit more of a different response from you than acknowledgement and.
Well, I mean, his response was if you wanted his help, then this was it. This was the deal. I could have said no. Cassius and Samira have to come with it. His response would simply have been, in that case, never mind. It won't help.
Then why wasn't that your response?
Because at the very least, I wanted to know what was in the soul bag.
Couldn't have found someone else that would involve all of them.
We may have done, but this person was here right now, and it's a question of we're about to enter Tuzan as well. Do we really want to be potentially carrying the Cardinal soul in a bag with us as well? Like, hey guys, here's some evidence of a murder, and also here's the Cardinal soul in a bag. Wait, it wasn't us, promise. And like I say, a part of me wanted to know what kind of soul was in the bag, because if the answer had been, this is a very dark soul, someone who's killed countless other people and has no mercy for doing it, then I wouldn't have freed it. I would have simply have said, we're going to keep it in that case, and do what with it, I have no idea.
I mean,
but
I completely understand your thought line there, and I understand that it's the fastest way to do that. I think what he's talking about is that it once more sets a precedent. And Abel, if you're talking, we can't hear you. It's something happened with your mic that you maybe.
You've gone very quiet and then died out completely.
Yeah. Okay, let me just write in chat for him in case he can't hear us either. Oh, he's.
I can see him lighting up, but I can't.
Actually. I can't see him lighting up.
Okay.
Oh, now he's lighting up. Okay.
Technical difficulties.
But no
it happens. Yeah.
Did your mic die? Okay, so your mic died.
Wonky cabling. Fiddle with it.
You got a backup of some sort?
Oh.
A bit more. You're very, very quiet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Extremely quiet. Like
I've turned you up.
Away.
Somehow reset my.
Oh, Discord might have switched you over to something else.
Yeah, like an internal mic, which is.
You sound like you're in a box.
Yeah.
No, that's the internal mic.
Yeah.
So it didn't switch. Okay, gonna restart Discord.
Okay. We're waiting.
We'll wait.
We'll
wait.
Is this the on hold music?
Yeah. I'm gonna check on my skill.
Paprikash. Oh, please try talking. If you're talking, I can't hear you. Huh? Can't hear you. Sorry.
No, not anymore.
Now you stop.
Is this box or no box?
It's better. Much better. Still a bit quiet, but I can turn you up a bit louder.
I don't know what's happening. My mic is shitting the bed.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like all of a sudden you're a bit louder, even though then it's all over the place.
Okay. I'm gonna try to like increase my input sensitivity. Not sure if that's gonna help. It's okay. It's fine. Is this too low for you guys?
No.
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
We have spent how many sessions with lights ever?
Yeah.
Alright, okay.
Chris being very quiet on 200%, that it's a thing now.
Yeah, I still have Chris on 200%, no worries.
Yeah.
Right, not talking ever again. Fine.
Wow.
That's exactly the problem. We can hear you.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, I should be good to go.
It's working.
Continue.
Yes.
Yeah. if you feel like you're not being heard, just let us know in chat in case it acts up again.
Yep. Yes. Yep.
Where were we? Oh, it sets a precedence.
It sets precedence. I had no decision making in Creo asking for enemy to come with.
I know.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not
I would rather you
putting any
guys had
blame
been
or
there.
I'm not mad or anything. I just want
Yeah.
this pop topic has been brought up, so I figured why not talk about it.
Yeah,
Now.
exactly.
I would rather you guys have been there, but failing that, I would rather one of us have been there than none of us have been there. So even if he turned around and said, Samira, only you can come with, I would have gone, yeah, sure, go. It's like,
That hasn't
fine.
happened before, so I doubt it.
Well, you get the idea though. Like the fact that they asked me, I think, is only because I'm the one who brought the information about the soul bag in the first place. I think that it's purely that.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I don't know. After
not trying to exclude you guys specifically.
I wasn't also trying to like what happened on the beach. I wasn't trying to recreate this situation or something, but I just didn't really feel amazing about it. Yeah. So
okay, I get it.
Just
I mean,
wanted to bring that
there
up.
are going to be times where you're dealing with something and I'm not invited, and times where Samira's dealing with something and we're not invited. That's going to happen.
I know, but
because
this just
we're
felt
all going to make different contacts over time. Samira's more of the sailor crew. I suspect she might end up making a few sailor contacts here or there. To which you and I aren't going to be party to, Cassius. Probably.
That's fine. But I just felt that this was a little bit. It involved all of us, right? So
it did.
Yeah. But
honestly, not an awful lot happened. They showed up. They had a look at the bag. They looked at the black goop stuff and just said that needs to return to the earth. After telling me what kind of soul was in the bag, I said, then yes, free it. And they did that. They basically magically unwove the bag somehow. So I'm guessing they have some sort of magical talent. But other than that, not an awful lot. I mean, they did talk about the dream a little bit. Because I asked if they mentioned about the creature being a creature of the earth, and the black stuff was pain and suffering, basically. And I asked what kind of creature it was, and Avahira told me it was a hag, because obviously that's her thing. She researches creatures and stuff.
So it was a hag. Cool.
Yeah. From what I gather, there are different kinds of hags, and it's extremely unusual for it to be this far east. But I mentioned some of this last night to you guys very briefly, I think. Normally they're the other side of the Elven Lands. They can work in a coven, but that's rare. Even if they do, they have their own individual goals and ends and stuff. And they're all a little bit different. Some of them, they're mostly Unseelie Court, so they're on the side of the death cycle of things. But that doesn't necessarily mean they all deal with necromancy, like we saw this one doing specifically. That might have been something specific to just this hag, and the next hag, if we ever meet another one, might be completely different. I do have an idea, which I'm happy to share with you guys. Like, once we're not doing this in the city, we need to be outside somewhere where no one can see what's happening.
Okay.
But now that I know that there are Fae kind that are hags, and there are different kinds of hags, it's possible I may be able to summon one.
Okay.
For information. The summoning it's not like your wizardly side of summoning where you have to protect yourselves from it. They're bound to serve me and be friendly until I dismiss them. So we could
like
summon...
your animals do?
sort of like the animal summoning that I do.
Okay, but
So
what's gonna prevent this hack from like going like we want information can't hurt us, but afterwards you're like, oh, you killed one of my kin, I'm gonna fuck you.
No, we don't mention that. We simply were summoning them to find out more information, and just say that we found some of this stuff. This is like what this is. I think this is from something related to you. From what I gather, they're not the vindictive, oh, you killed my sister kind of creature. They're the, I'm on my own, oh, you got rid of her, great. That means that I don't have to worry about her myself kind of creature. They're a little bit selfish, self-involved.
Or maybe maybe we just like chuck it on the ground and be done with it.
Yeah, we can do, but we can still potentially ask questions, if nothing else.
I mean, I would be interested why the fuck that if it's unusual here, why it was on the island and on.
It might be that
why was it around here?
Might be that the particular kind of hag I can summon has nothing to do with these other kinds, and they have no idea why they're even here.
Possibly.
And that's about all they can tell me, but they could tell me a bit about themselves, like their type of hag, and maybe explain the different kinds of hags, if there are lots of kinds.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay.
It's an idea.
Sure.
And at least it gets us some info. It gets us something rather than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a brief idea I had, but like I say, can't do that in the city. The other thing, just to reiterate, some stuff was mentioned by Creo last night, which I don't think I passed on to Samira properly. Everybody here in the city is connected to something. The lowliest beggar on the street is part of a beggar's guild or a thieves guild or the underbelly itself. You don't fuck with anyone. So we want to make no trouble if we can avoid making trouble. We just want to be, if the people ask us to dot our I's and cross our T's, we dot our I's and we cross our T's on the paperwork. And we do whatever it is they want by the book, because that's why the city's still standing. They do everything by the book. We're going to have to hire people to translate for me and write for me and stuff. Everything's done in Celestial, so maybe it is worth me learning Celestial after all.
At some point.
I mean,
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something for the future where we're planning to stay a while here. We do have a contact point that is mainly trading around here with Creo and the crew.
Yeah, exactly. But he's planning to trade more north as well, remember? So,
yeah, but it's a middle point here.
I think Tuzin's probably a good place for us to at least consider setting up a base of operations. If only because what we've learned, they've got a very lawful top surface side of things, and they've got a very deep underbelly. As was mentioned last night, the underbelly here survives because it's smart, not because the police don't come in and throw people out. They survive because the police don't know they are here.
Okay.
They might know there's an underbelly, but they don't know who or where or how or when. Because the underbelly is smart. So we want to make sure we don't piss anyone off.
And just piss off the ones that we know that we can.
Which is no one. Honestly.
No one on this at this point, but
the only time I would say that we pick a fight is when a fight gets picked with us.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to establish ourselves first. We need information. We need context. We need
allies
in that
potentially
sense.
as well. And I think this is a city Layla knows, so she's going to know all of those things. She's going to know who to, and this is why I think the rivalry with that other group is more friendly than total opposite enemies kind of thing, because even here people would rather have kind of rivals they know than
At
underbelly
least you
rivals.
don't.
They don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, because then
makes sense.
there are going to be daggers from alleyways that you don't expect.
Yeah.
Different culture. Gotta get used to that.
It's completely different from anything you know. Completely different from anything I know.
It's
Um,
partly similar but to Westgate, but at least there were also people that were just on their own.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's no one on their own here.
Yeah, I'm
I
much
would-
more
I-
used to chaos than strict laws.
Yeah, I would be surprised if even the farmers aren't part of some kind of organized thing that keeps the farmers protected, and the greengrocers are part of something too. I get the impression everybody's a part of something.
Okay. Well,
And
let's.
there's probably a pecking order to that. There's probably like the deep underbelly has a top, a middle, and a bottom layer.
Didn't you say something about snake people being the
The
big
snake
boss
people
or something?
referred to as the Gorgons
Yeah.
Okay.
they basically run the underbelly.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's all snake people. I think it's specific snake people. But if you don't want to fuck with someone on the off chance that it might be them, just don't fuck with any snake people. Is the safe bet.
Well, let's just not fuck with anyone for now, and
Yeah,
we'll see we'll see who we can fuck with.
Let's get through customs. Let's meet Layla. Let's get ourselves orientated,
And before we do any splashes.
and then let's learn before we film.
Yeah.
And find out where we stand in the city, because you don't know, like, because we're outsiders, people might be interested in that for their own reasons, and that may get us contacts or allies or something. But I think we should be looking for allies first, so that if anyone does pick a fight, we then have a group who says, yeah, they're part of this group. You're fucking with this group if you mess with them. Rather than, yeah, those are some fresh faces from out of town, they're not part of any group, let's mess with them.
They're fresh meat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. That was like the main important stuff. We know Layla's gonna try and do her best to get us through customs. Rio also mentioned that he will lend a good word here or there to try and help expedite, but there's a certain amount of customs you just have to go through.
Yeah, fair enough. Just one thing. The evidence. Where do we say we got it from?
You have a knock at the cargo door, and then Erica pokes her head through.
Morning.
Morning.
I have breakfast for you. We're gonna get going in about half an hour, so you should start getting ready.
Perfect.
Excellent,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, we'll do that.
She pushes the door open, like brings in two bowls.
Is someone gonna help get Mateo up on top deck?
Of course we will.
Yes. Just checking.
We're gonna get Mateo and one of you, because one of you has to be present in, with the animal.
Yeah, sure. Do you want to go with Mateo, Cassius? Or
I'll do it.
Samira?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
go then. If they have like immediate
it's-
questions, you shouldn't be on your own at all. Then
I'm just thinking it's probably better if I'm accompanying a Brath, because if they ask any questions, obviously I can then speak to him if they want me to talk to
that's
him.
true, yeah.
Even.
I'll go with the donkey. Don't worry.
Yeah. Erica comes back with a third bowl and water and a piece of meat for a Brath and some carrots
you.
for Mateo.
Thank you.
Oh, you'll love those.
We'll be ready in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I'll
she leaves you to
start,
it again.
Yeah, I'll start scrounging up our stuff while we're talking.
Yeah.
So, our plan for the evidence then?
Layla and Kriya both said to come clean with the
So-
important things.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we say we went into a haunted manor.
We were asked to investigate because some strange stuff was happening.
By who were we asked?
Our employer,
Okay.
via a magical message.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was in the manor some really fucking weird stuff. And
Creepy hag.
Very
hag,
necrotic.
which is
corrupted
where we
stuff.
got
People.
this item from. Yeah,
Dolls.
some corpses and dolls. Animated dolls. Yeah. Lovely stuff. But yes,
Bunch of
this
skeletons, so yeah, bodies as well.
Skeletons. Yeah. Not
Yeah.
moving once this time. Interesting.
No, it was
Oh,
everything
actually-
else that moved. The
Yeah.
dolls and the carpets,
Ugh.
from what I gather.
Yeah. Fucking hate carpets.
Yeah. We come clean with everything that matters. So I've got some poison stuff on me. I'm a herbalist, clearly. I'm planning to use it to make antitoxins.
Mhm.
That's why I'm carrying it. I don't know if you guys are carrying anything suspicious. If
Drugs.
anybody asks, we're carrying a whole bunch of coin. The answer is that yes, we're carrying a whole bunch of coin because we deal contracts and we get paid in coin.
And we've been saving up for
We've heard
stuff to
enchanting
spend it on.
services are expensive in the city and we've come here to purchase some.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's not a lie. Yeah.
Beneficially influence the economy.
Not sure that's beneficial, dumping thousands of gold into this.
That's fine.
It's into different fields of work, not just in
Yes,
the
it
same.
is. Yeah. I mean, if they didn't want people to spend thousands on enchanting services, they would ban enchanting services. But so
Restricted, limited.
yeah,
It's probably
limited
limited.
to certain groups or hierarchies or
It
whatever.
probably is. So,
We probably
yeah.
just need the right paperwork. In all
Right.
honesty.
paperwork.
Are we going to mention the tar, the flask of tar, or are we just going to keep that for when we ourselves are burying it?
It's an alchemical ingredient. It's not poisonous. We're going to dispose of it outside of the city once we're on the other side of the city.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pretty much the answer to everything we're carrying, apart from our money. We're going to dispose of it safely once we know we can, and not in the city, basically.
All right. I figure that's about it. I don't really have poisons or anything on me too.
I've got a whole bunch.
Yeah, you have
but-
your.
Yeah, it's. I've also got antitoxins that I'm carrying, so it's.
That's true.
It's fine. Yeah. You guys ready? Are you guys recovered from last night? I'm still like a little bit achy from yesterday.
I think that night's rest loosened me up a lot. I'm feeling much better.
I think we
Good.
need some comfortable tavern rooms.
Yes. Leave that to me.
Yeah. All right.
That sounds like a plan. Okay. Start picking up bags, finish breakfast, take the bowls back to Erica, and then start heading upstairs.
Mhm.
Yeah. So over the course of the next half an hour, they will help you get Matteo out of the hold. Get him ready, and they will get him into the boat and then lower the boat down, because that's
Yeah.
easier than lowering
Okay.
a donkey into the boat from into moving
of
waves.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Cassis is going with Mute,
The donkey.
the donkey.
First round. Yeah.
Donkey.
He's the envoy.
So, you go first then. It's doesn't matter who the crew is. Basically, the more interesting part here is that they take, if you look at the picture, the route from the left side, so towards like the wall. There's like, it from afar, it looked like a built wall in the middle of the water, but as you get closer with the boat, you realize it's actually a natural wall rock that has just eroded on the edges over time, and the water is full of rocks. There's like giant boulders where you realize very quickly, because the water is very clean, that a big ship would have massive issues getting anywhere close into the harbor proper. And they are also very careful to take you around the left side, not the right side, because as you make it into the further, like past that first barrier into the bay, you also notice that towards the coast on the right, there's even more cliffs and rocks in the water. So might even be problematic for a boat. The way it looks, it might be problematic for a boat even during stormier days when there's a lot of waves. So yeah, it's a natural defense basically for the harbor itself, because you can't really park big ships anywhere close within, ballista range basically, or within a range where it actually would do anything effective. It kind of makes perfect sense that they build a harbor city where it's defensible in that sense. The walls themselves, as you get closer, you realize that they're really fucking massive and they're old. It's a few centuries at least. It has that like mossy overgrowth to it, partially more towards the coastal side where it's not that easy to get to it to clean. Because as you get into the harbor proper, you realize that whatever you have seen in the previous two towns in cleanliness is nothing compared to Tuzan. Like, the stone that has been used to make the ground, the sidewalks basically, has been polished. With the rain raining, it's reflecting the sparse sunlight that is currently from the cloudy day.
Does that make it extremely slippery?
It kind of looks slippery, which you find out once you dock on the right side of the docks. That it has like, it's not smooth. It has a bit of a gravel to it, so you don't slip and fall and break a hip. You have one of the crew immediately walk up to somebody. It looks like a little guardhouse at the very edge of the docks. And they look at you and basically be like, okay, follow me. And you escort it to a side building. And I'm gonna actually put you on the map.
Oh.
Ooh.
Damn.
So this is the natural rock I told you about. And you are being brought over here. And there's a little guardhouse here on the edge. And then you're being taken along and into this house here.
Okay.
Matteo is immediately like, you're being allowed to take off the saddlebags and stuff off of him. And they take him to the stables. They also let you know that they will take you to the stables. They ask you what his name is, and they will write it down, make you a receipt, and basically in Celestial write up like, okay, we'll take care of Donkey. He's gonna be in the stables, and the charge rate is 1 silver per day.
Okay.
They wait for you to pay.
Nothing.
Yeah, starting effective immediately. Yeah.
And this is the stables in the city?
No, this is outside the city.
Okay.
This is here.
Then I'm just gonna pay for 1 day. I'll pay in copper pieces.
After that, you're being led into the building next to it proper, and you are being led into something that looks like a waiting room with bunk beds. And it's empty at the moment. There's nobody else there, and you're being told to sit down, and somebody will be shortly with you.
Okay. I'll ask them if I can wait for my companions.
They point out to you, no, like basically at this question, the person who was leading you in there, the guard, looks at you and like, is this your first time you're here?
Yes.
All right, you don't leave this room.
Okay. That's fine.
Right, you are in quarantine. We don't know who you are. You don't have the papers, so we'll get to you. I'll get you companions.
No worries. Yep, thank you.
All right, and he leaves through the door and locks it.
Cool. By the way, I would have dismissed Bo at the as we were leaving on the ship.
I assumed.
Yeah.
I'm not even, yes, that was the plan. I assumed that Cassius would do that. Okay, so basically, it's not a far journey for the boat to get there and back. So about 45 minutes later, the boat comes back and picks her up, the rest of you. And you have basically the same thing going on where you're being taken around the left side into the bay. Like the ship is somewhere here, right? Outside. And you arrive on this side again. And the same guard is actually now waiting for you, which you don't know. And as you arrive, Samira, you will understand that he's like, all right, your friend is already in the hold. Just follow me.
Okay, sure, we'll do that. Just to let you know as soon as possible. My friend here cannot speak Celestial. She would need an interpreter.
You'll deal with that with customs. They have people for you. My job is to take you to the hold.
Okay.
Just follow me.
I translate for Viera. Okay, we can ask for an interpreter as soon as we're wherever Cassius is.
So yeah, they do the same thing. They take you to the stables, and then at this point he turns around and says, all right, the cat needs to go to the stables. So I need a name, and tell your friend that I'm gonna give her a receipt and we'll take care. And it's because it's an exotic pet, 2 silver per day.
I directly tell Viera what I was just told, and just Ebraf will have to stay at the stables with, I think Mateo's there as well. And yeah. Alright, it's gonna be 2 silver per day, he said. Okay, I'll yeah.
And then he will be like, is he following orders, or can you help me get him into the cage?
Cage. Uh-oh.
I will translate. I'm just a bit lost right now. I'm the translate. I'm the post person. I just translate over.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell him that does he need to be in a cage? He's not going to attack anyone or do anything.
I don't think they will take the risk there. But I can ask if there's other accommodations. He does listen to orders, but we think a cage is probably not the ideal place. Do you have any other place, like a stable room or something like that? We can pay a bit more if that's necessary.
I mean, you have to register the animal, and then once you register the animal, during the registration, they will take care of whether he is allowed to walk around without a leash or not. I'm not here to call that judgment. I'm here to put it in a cage and give you a receipt.
So there's no other options than a cage right now.
Okay. Vera is going to do her best to kind of convey that everything's going to be alright to Rebrath. He's going to have to go in a cage for a small time while they process us.
Brath folds his ears.
It's not going to be for very long, and as soon as I can get you out of a cage, I will.
Okay, relay that to the guard that I relay the name Ebraf to the guard, and that.
Tell you what, I have a heart. I'll let her help me put him in the cage and pet him.
That's very kind, thank you. Viera, you can go ahead and make sure Ebraf is comfortable in the cage right now.
Okay. She'll kind of lead him to wherever the guard wants him to go, into the cage, I presume.
Yeah, so they basically take you to the stables, and they have like in the very back, like 2 large. They have several sizes, and he kind of eyeballs one of them where he would be comfortable and not like crammed in. And he is saying things that you absolutely do not understand because he's a talkative person. But basically, he's explaining things to you, but also pointing and then showing the door. And, you know, he's also like showing you, oh, we have a water ball. And he shows you a water ball. And you don't understand a single fucking word.
Okay, no, they don't know common. That's good to know.
Drink.
I'm gonna assume that the water ball's for a breath, so I'll pick one up so that I can put that in his cage too.
He will like wave his hands like and then like, you know, slap his chest like, no, it's ich werde das machen. Keine Sorge. Ich mach das schon. Danke.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Are you there, Samira, with her?
I don't know.
She didn't come with.
You didn't come with. So
I don't know. So I'm just standing in the docks. Okay. Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Samira just walks off into the city unaccompanied.
No. You're at the entrance of the stable, so you could technically hear this, right? And actually, at this point, he turns like, come here, and like, you know,
okay.
Please translate. I'm not used to people not talking. Like, I tell her I will deal with the bowl and the meat, and we take care of the animals. Don't worry.
Okay.
We have professional people who do that.
Okay, Viera, there's special caretakers for the animals there. You don't need to bring the bowl itself. Maybe there's, I don't know. They have special caretakers.
Okay.
It will be dealt with.
I thought he was pointing at the bowl because he wanted me to get one for the cage.
You will get an interpreter as soon as possible. This is gonna be a problem otherwise soon, but I think he pointed it because he pointed out.
And she'll just put the bowl down at this point. Whatever. And then kind of lead a breath to whichever cage he's pointing at. Which one?
He points at the one that there's several. He points at one that's bigger than necessary.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'll pay the 2 silver and copper and just thank the gods. Thank you. I know it's a bit of a, but you know they don't spend much time.
He kind of holds it in his 2 hands. It's like, lady, no. Like, do you have silver?
Okay, I do have silver, but oh god. Yeah, we're trying to spend copper.
You will have an exchange office. Once you have been cleared, you can exchange that to, you know, normal people money.
That's good to know. Thank you.
No, it's not like we don't mind. We appreciate copper, but this is just not sensible, lady. Like, I apologize, but you understand. If you have silver, please let me know. If you don't, it's fine. But it is easier if you could just give me the silver.
All right.
Anyway.
I don't know what you just whispered, but okay.
Never mind.
You were already quiet, normal voice. I can't. I mean,
Viera doesn't even know
they
what they're
hate poor
about,
people here.
Yeah.
They obviously hate poor people here. What's the deal with 20 copper?
It's definitely a class thing. We're not even speaking common. I'm not addressing it now.
Yeah. We'll save that for later. Okay, a breath's in the cage. Viera will let him know that the plan is to, once he's been cleared, get him out of the city so that he can go and range on his own. No eating people while I'm away.
He licks your face.
She taps him on the nose.
And he rubs his head against you.
Chill headbutt. Chill.
And then he goes into the cage.
Yeah. And then she'll back out.
He will do the circular thing, plop down and go through his nose.
The air basically mimics him. And then turns around and walks away.
The guard looks way more comfortable once the big kitty cat is in the cage and locked up.
Yeah. And she'll turn back once they get to the doors and just look at him just to make sure he's okay before heading.
You can see like the guard is already like shouting maybe orders, and you already see people getting busy to basically take care of Matteo and Brad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if I got the receipt, I'll drop it off to
he writes you a receipt for the payment and basically the name he will ask for and how it's spelled.
I'll do my best. I spell it like how it's said.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. And
With an F.
with an F.
Ebrav.
Yeah. Ebrav. Yeah.
Yeah, with an F.
Yeah.
No, honestly, Ebrav is likely to be with a V if it's in Celestial.
Yes.
Brav.
Ebrav.
Brav.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he gives him receipts like, okay, yeah, here, and
yeah, I give it over to Vieira. Just okay. This is a receipt basically. So you give it to people if they ask for your receipt for a Brav's accommodation thing. It's payment for the day is handled and everything. So just keep it at hand.
And then you also get taken to that building where he unbolts the door. It's not just a lock; it's a bolt, right? And lets you in where Cassius is sitting there, bored.
Lounging.
Yeah.
Chilling.
And then he explains the same thing again. It's like, somebody will come from customs and immigration, and they will handle this. Just wait here.
And a wave to the guard. Hi.
And he will point towards the side. There's like a side door. Like you have bathroom, toilets, and water. Are you hungry?
Translating for Vieira.
Yes. I didn't get offered any food. Rude. Saying common then.
Well, if he scrunches up his face like, yo, dude, I do speak the common tongue as well. Maybe not be rude. We're just all doing our job here.
That's fine. I'm just smiling.
I think we just ate breakfast. We should be fine. Thank you.
And then he nods and then walks out, mumbling to himself, offering people food and insult.
We just
and he
just whispering at
slams
Cassius.
the door shut and bars it and you can hear the lock.
We just discussed not pissing people off. Please. I know it's hard. It's very hard.
Come on. It'll be fine.
Okay. You good?
So,
you good, Vieira?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot. I understand. So you called up Cassius. Ebrav's currently being held as well.
Okay. Fine.
It's a bit of a thing.
Okay. Sure.
It's nothing we didn't expect.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I mean...
Honestly, I expected more drama about it than actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big city. Probably people take in kind of weird animals all the time. Not saying that... Not saying that the breath is weird, but...
Exotic animals is the word you're looking for.
Exotic, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alright, and...
So it does speak common.
Huh. Let me guess, you...
Huh?
You paid with copper, huh?
Of course.
Yeah,
gotta get rid of that first.
I tried to, so too. I think you already broke his patience there.
No. I tend to have that effect on people.
Yeah. But yeah, apparently he does speak common a little bit, but also not, because he spoke shit all to Vieira.
Yeah, you could have just talked to me in common. What was that about?
I don't know.
I get the feeling that that's quote unquote not his job. That's the interpreter's job. Seemed to be
but it would have made getting a breath into the cage so much easier for him, which is his job.
I don't honestly know.
Yeah, I don't question it anymore.
So we're sitting here until
I did forget to point out that his common has the thick Arnie Austrian accent.
Okay. So the specific Steiermark accent. Okay, good to know.
Yeah. It's the thick one where most foreigners are like, what the fuck did you just say?
So when he left, did he say, "I'll be back"?
Yes.
Someone
I'll
be back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he said, "Ich bin gleich wieder da."
Ich bin wieder da.
Oh god.
Anyway. So
Er ist wieder da. Okay.
You are
Alright.
in a very
Yikes.
plain room with bunk beds. It looks like it can hold like good 50 people.
So,
What do they do if they come in and find out that someone is diseased?
I hope we don't find out.
I don't
Well,
want
I
to
mean,
find
there's,
out.
there's only us in here, so we know we're not diseased. But what if they came in and find like 50 people from 3 different ships had all been bundled together? And now
Ooh,
Ooh,
all
yeah,
of
that's
them
not
are
good. That's
diseased.
not good.
Maybe it's like a room per ship. I don't know.
This is not quarantine-esque. No, no.
I mean, you
I mean, maybe they
clearly
don't,
don't
like,
know anything about quarantine. I'm sorry. Forgotten Realms is not that high tech.
Of course. Yeah, I don't know. Did he say to you how long it's gonna take or anything?
Nope.
I mean, they got bunk beds, so they expect this to take a while, apparently.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well,
There's no one. At least there's no one
I
else
think
coming in at the same time. So
I think the beds are probably for if you arrive at night. They literally dump you here, and then in the morning everything reopens, and then they just come in and find you here.
Oh,
I
okay.
think that's what the beds are for.
That's
possibly.
good.
Not that we're going to be here a day. I think we're probably going to spend all day doing this.
We might be. We might be here all day.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Because we're the only 3 here, it feels like they're not expecting other people to have arrived. So
Maybe later in the day we're just like early because we docked in the evening basically.
maybe,
Could be, yeah.
possibly.
I mean, it's the capital. I figure maybe because we don't have any papers, and that's why we're just not many people arrive like that.
Possibly the storms also. Like we're pretty fast after the storm, so might be that's like trade is starting up slowly again.
Well, it could also be that all their resources are pulled somewhere else, resulting from the storm, isn't it? So they might have to pull people back in to deal with the paperwork that have been assigned elsewhere temporarily.
True.
Because they probably don't get many people who don't have papers.
We have exactly none.
Yeah. Well, we'll all have papers by the end of it. That's not bad.
That's true. That's true. We'll still have to make more apparently, but okay, it's true.
Yeah, if you want to get to the inner city. Oof.
So, you spend an hour sitting and staring at plain walls. It's clean here, mind you.
Wait, an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
What are you doing?
You want to talk about something? Or poison yourself for an hour?
I was thinking, what can I do in an hour? Can I pull out a little alchemical set and start brewing potions? Maybe not the best idea.
Min-maxing all the time.
An hour later, you can hear the door being unbarred again. By the way, Cassius, you would have noticed the lock is outside. So there's like this bar across the door. It slides past the wall, and the padlock is in a point where you cannot even slide even something past the door to get to it. It's out of reach. They're smart. They probably had at some point people trying to pick locks and get out of here, right? So they made a system to prevent it. The windows, there are windows, but they're on the top of the wall and they're like narrow. So you would probably get stuck trying to squeeze through. Even if you could manage to actually... Well, yeah, a spider wouldn't. But, you know...
You could teleport.
Yeah, you can certainly try to perform magic.
All of us can do it.
Anyway, they unbar the door, and the same guard is followed by this kind of mousy-looking Asima woman, a bit older, like you would say 65-ish, maybe. It's difficult to say. She's short, has the wrinkles, and has spectacles actually. And she is holding a board with papers on it, and goes, "G'day. You are the new arrivals."
In what tongue?
In Celestial.
Yes, hello.
Vera just blankly looks at Samira.
Just letting you know, we need a translator over here.
All right, I have been told, and that will be provided. For now, we are waiting on the person who will make sure that you are not diseased. They are currently busy. I have been told that they might be here tomorrow. So in the meantime, you will be our guests. We will provide you with food.
Okay, so we just have to stay here and wait.
Yes, that would be 1 silver a day per person. And all food will be provided. You have amenities through this door here. She points at the same door that the guard has pointed to.
I just like pinch the bridge of my nose and just like look to Vera. You're gonna have to wait a day. The guy that inspects us for disease is gonna be a day late. Or coming here next morning. Is there a way to, like, there's just one person doing this or multiple? Like, we can't get someone else?
There's different people, but you will understand that after the storm, a lot of our personnel is busy otherwise. So it is a bit sparser, so you will have to wait. But you can pick whatever bed you want. And as I said, food will be provided for 1 silver a day.
Okay, just shuffle over to give her the goddamn silver. Silver.
She opens up a pouch so you can put it in the pouch, right?
Fiera just nudges Cassius and says, "Can Layla not arrange something instead?"
I don't know. They're just short on personnel.
Can they send messages to people for us?
Sorry, is it allowed? Can we message a contact in the person? A contact in the city?
If you give me their name and their address, we will send a messenger.
We just have a name, and give it the name and the description.
You tell her Layla, and then you tell her what she looks like.
Yes. We don't have an address.
Well, then I cannot really help you. It is a big city. You will understand. We don't have really the resources to do a citywide search for your friend.
Of course, and are we allowed to, I guess we completely forgot that we also have to register spellcasters, so this is irrelevant. We could not...
This room is in an anti-magic field. You are not able to cast if you are a caster. This is also out of security, you understand.
Okay, I was going to ask about messaging.
No, I'm sorry. Once you have registered your abilities, then you will be permitted to use them. We need to know who is entering the city and what they're capable of in case accidents happen, so we can trace it back to you. I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, no worries. Of course. Well, thank you for your time.
My name is Eva, by the way. So you know, I will be your liaison for this experience. I will make sure that you're taken care of. Do please knock on the door. Or try to pull this bell. She kind of like shows the bell next to the door. If you do not feel well, because we don't know if you're sick or not. Either way, do you need anything right now?
Not really. Vera, do you need anything?
She just shakes her head with a very disappointed look on her face.
No, we're fine. Thank you.
All right, then I'll be back soon with food, and see you later. Enjoy your stay.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Tucson.
Thank you.
And she waddles out, and then the guard like nods at you awkwardly, and then closes the door and bars it shut again, and you can hear the padlock again.
I just slump on the ground. Just.
Fiera pulls out a worm tongue leaf and then grinds it up and then swallows it.
Fine. That just add into it.
Do you have something that kind of just like makes the time pass? You don't have that kind of like leaves or no?
I can give you one of these and then resuscitate you in an hour's time. That'll do it.
Never mind.
Don't have any sleeping draughts or anything like that.
Oh, I wasn't talking about sleeping.
You're fine. Yeah, okay.
Well,
so yeah, sadly,
a day of nothing.
Yeah, I translate everything that was said to Vera, basically. Knock on the door, ring the bell, no magical abilities.
So they didn't say anything about not fighting.
What?
Do you want to spar?
I mean, we have
We've
a day
got-
to ourselves.
We've got an entire room and an entire day to ourselves, and
Yeah, but would that alarm them? I don't want to piss them off.
Can
if
ask.
they ask questions, they didn't say anything about not sparring. We can just spar with quarterstaffs. And if they tell us to stop, they tell us to stop.
And you can easily, by the way, move the benches and tables in the middle of the room aside. They're
Yeah.
not bolted to the floor or
So-
anything.
They can't expect us to sit here for a day and twiddle our thumbs.
Let's
for
wait
24
until
hours.
our food comes and ask. Just let them know that we're gonna spar, because I am really not in the fucking mood to them to waltz in here with weapons and threaten us. It's just,
Yeah, let's just beat the shit out of each other. It's fine.
It passes the time.
Yeah, I was also gonna keep on with my weaving, but we can spar them in between.
Yeah. If you want to weave.
And we can
No,
spar
don't-
as well. We can do that as well.
Nerd over there can read his books and cross-reference.
I'll beat you so hard.
Well, you haven't exactly joined us in a sparring before, so.
Yeah,
I think-
because
I think-
I'm afraid I might hurt you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I hate to break it to you, but your ass is getting a little bit flat. With all that sitting down again.
I'm looking as perfect as ever. You're just jealous.
You need to get a bit more cardio going. Come on.
Mm.
Cardio, smartio.
Well, Vieira's going to start pacing around the room.
Just sit down. Just
I've got too much energy.
get over here. Like practice your writing or something. Yeah.
No point. I might as well learn to speak Celestial first at this rate.
Maybe nothing
Yeah.
stopping you.
That's not going to
Yeah.
happen anytime soon.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
Yeah. I think I'm starting to juggle too many projects, so one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Let me finish poisoning myself first.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really much higher priority. Definitely.
Yeah.
So you're being left alone until exactly noon. Not that you can tell, mind you. You can tell by distant rings of a bell tower, right? So at a full hour, it rings. It rings as many times as it is time of the day.
Mhm.
At least at the noon hour, it rings 12 times. So it's like it rang 12 times if you've been counting. Maybe not, but yeah, there's a little detail. Anyway, basically on the first ring, the door, you can hear the unbolting process. Like you can figure that this guy is so happy with his life, doing this over and over again.
See, we've got that much time between him starting to unbolt the door that we could probably stop sparring, rearrange the room twice, and have it all in perfect condition.
Let's just let him know
And
first.
as Vieira points at the door and it opens up.
Yeah, and he opens the door for the old woman, and she's like pushing a little cart with plates of food, and it's like individual plates with a covering, and when she covers it, it looks like how do you call it, a schnitzel, but pure like meat. It looks grayish,
A fillet, okay,
with some kind of gravy and what looks like red cabbage in a sauce.
Ooh.
And she will explain that's boar.
Ooh, boar.
Yeah.
If you hear it, it's boar. You're gonna be very happy.
What have they done to it?
It's sauerkraut, and it also has some kind of disc that looks like maybe made of bread or some kind of dough. Serviettenknödel, Samira knows. Or like Lena knows. That looks like it has like herbs in it, and it's a bit spongy, and it kind of soaks up the gravy. It's very tasty, but it's not food any of you knows, right? And I'm also not sure. Sauerkraut, especially red sauerkraut, is kind of like a hit and miss for people who never tried it. So I'm leaving it up to you whether your character likes it or not, right? Lena can also find a picture and show you guys in chat what that would look like.
As a player, I know what it is. As a character, I don't, so she doesn't touch it. She eats the ball.
You also get
Actually,
a pitcher for water in cups, and she will wish you Mahlzeit and then leave.
Oh,
Well,
before she
one
leaves,
second.
I will...
Oh. Yes.
No, 1 second. We wanted to do some light exercise. Is that allowed in this room?
Yeah, we were
Oh yeah,
feeling
of course. No problem. You have to keep yourself occupied and busy. It is very boring. I apologize for that, but you have to understand caution.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mahlzeit. Have a nice day. Bye.
All right.
Vroom, 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 bolting the door.
After this, we can go have a spa, Vera. And Cassius, you too.
Yeah. If you really want to get hurt, so be it.
Yeah.
It's like sit
Yeah.
down, start eating, and it's like taste of sauerkraut. One bit is like face just kind of like
sours.
it's like pushes it away, just like a cat, basically, like almost like off the edge of the tail. It's like,
Is it that bad?
Ugh.
You'll notice Vieira's plate's completely untouched.
Oh, why aren't you eating?
Don't need to eat.
You should eat.
You
Don't
need
need to eat.
Why? Why do
Because
you
I've
not
eaten.
need to eat all of a sudden?
I've eaten.
Vera.
You're poison.
No.
Then.
What? Did you make a berry or what did you make?
Like, do elves like subsist on sunlight now or something?
Yeah. We always have. Didn't you know?
No, I didn't. Crazy.
Yeah, it's madness. It's why the drow elves hate us so much, because we push them underground. Now they've actually got to eat stuff like mushrooms. True story.
Okay. What did you eat?
I ate a good berry on the rowboat over here, because I was kind of expecting not to eat for the rest of the day.
Good berry.
Hmm.
The meat is quite good. Like, you
Do
can
you
eat
have
the
some
meat.
left? Do you have some left?
Well, the dumpling must be good as well. I'm kind of offended here.
I did
No,
until I walked into the room.
Ah, okay, they vanished.
Yeah. I'm like,
That's
shit,
interesting. That's good
it's
to
like-
know. That's good
It's
to
an
know.
anti-magic field, so it all kind of just vanished.
I mean, the red stuff is not to my taste either. But, you know, the dough is good. And the meat is meat.
Meat's good.
The meat has been butchered by the looks of it.
No, it's good. Try it. At least try it.
I'll save it for later. After we've done some
It's
sparring.
cold then.
You
I found you a
can't
picture.
You can't spar on a full stomach. Everybody knows that.
I'm hungry now. God damn it.
Cassius is about to find out when I hit him with my quarterstaff and he throws up his dinner.
Alright,
It will be all over you.
Let's not waste any food, but alright, let's... stretching to getting this quarter stuff out.
Yes.
Let's keep in mind that we can't really heal each other in here outside of the normal ways, and you know that takes a night.
Let's also keep in mind that my reactions are going to be very slow.
Oh boy, that is true.
You already have your excuses ready. I see how it is.
I don't
You're
need
You're expecting to lose that hard.
I
I start
only
off
need
on
excuses
Cassius.
when I'm fighting Samira, not when I'm fighting you, Cassius.
It's already
Anyway,
starting.
you get good 6 hours to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm not using 6 hours just for thing.
Not for sparring.
Yeah, I'm gonna
like
add
you spar for like an hour tops.
Yeah.
At 6 p.m., the door opens again, and you are being brought dinner, which is basically dark bread, slices of bread with cheese and cured meat and pickles and hard-boiled eggs sliced into pieces. Like, you know, it's like on a board, right? I shall post the image. It looks like this.
It's not
I'll ask
bad
her if
for
there's some
silver.
wine.
We.
What?
I'll ask her. Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna ask for wine anyway.
We don't have wine, but I have brought you a pitcher of ale each, and she
Oh.
takes
Oh.
it
Perfect.
out and it's like and kind of like old arm is shaking with the effort.
I go over to help.
And she like, all right. She like the moment you touch the pint, she like already, not in disgust, but pulls away her hand. She's very mindful not to touch you, right? But yeah, and she's again, enjoy your meal, right? Enjoy your meal, and she will repeat again that you can pick whatever bunk, because at the moment, because of the storm, there aren't many people coming in.
Imagine if you were diseased and dying, and it was going to kill you in a day.
Yeah, that's not something I want to think on.
And they dumped you in this room to leave you for 24 hours because...
They'd probably get someone.
If
it was like life-threatening.
Are you saying this in front of her, by the way?
No, she's
no,
left
obviously,
already, right?
she's already left.
Yeah. Okay. I'm asking.
She's quick in and out. If we don't stop her, she doesn't stop.
Quick, quote unquote. She's old, so she's not that quick. Okay.
Yeah.
We can speed her up.
About an hour later, you can hear the door unbolting again. And the guard comes in and is like, the Cassius is you. And he points. Yeah. You're asked for.
Okay.
Bye.
Follow me.
Well, see you guys in the city.
Leave, please, all your weapons and things and pouches, and just take everything off. I mean, don't strip. Don't be naked.
I don't need to register them.
Take your weapons off.
Okay. Take everything off. Get the dagger with the sheath on. I actually gave that one to Samira.
I slip it into the haversack.
And the rest I just dump on the floor.
Yeah, so he will keep going, motioning for you to take more off until you're basically just in the simple shirt and pants. He will make you take off the chain around your neck as well.
Okay. Take that off as well.
And he will also have you, before he leads you out, pull up your pant legs and shake out your boots so he can check that they don't have hidden daggers in them.
Yep. No, I took everything off.
Okay. He will not frisk you. He doesn't, but visually he makes sure that there is nowhere except very private parts of your body that could have hidden things, right? And then he leads you, and he doesn't lead you actually far. He bolts the door shut, right? And kind of attaches the keys to his belt, and then basically leads you to the other side of the building. And opens the door and kind of motions you as if, here, sit.
Okay.
And
as we walk through the hallway, are there many doors like this one?
Outside. He takes you outside.
Oh, outside.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Are you throwing up right now? Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me.
Glad I left the room.
Yeah. I would say that Viera can make it if she rushes to the bathroom and then go back.
No, she's not throwing up.
Okay. Anyway, Cassius, you're being led what look like an interrogation cell, if you will. There's a table. There's two chairs opposite each other. There's enough space for several people to walk around the table. The table is bolted to the floor, by the way. And there is a light, a crystal, not chandelier, but a light hanging. It's not a torch light or a candle. It's one of those enchanted crystals that glows faintly. It's kind of dimmed, so it's not bright into your eyes, but it's above the table, so it provides enough illumination just, for the table. The windows are also very high up on this. The ceiling is good, 15 feet tall, right? On the top, enough to leave sunlight coming in during the day, but not enough for anyone to be able to squeeze out if they would shatter the windows. And otherwise the room is empty, and he will be sit. And he points at the chair opposite the door.
Yeah. And go around the table, sit down.
Yeah. I will
put my hands on the
I
table.
will be right outside the door, I trust you that you're normal. So, and he will
smile.
and he's like, and kind of rolls his eyes. Like you can see, like this guy had a long shift probably. At this point, he just wants to go home. You know, this kind of like tired of like, I just want to go home and have a beer expression on guards. Like he had a calm day until you guys showed up. And he closed the door. There's no locking, and there's nothing for good 5 minutes, and then the door opens. He's opening it for the person coming in, and the person coming in, you recognize immediately because she has amazing hair. And it's Layla. You know, in her usual attire, a bit more, you know, dressed for rain in the current circumstances. But she waits basically for the guard to close the door, and she grins at you.
Just grin back, finger gun.
And she finger guns as well, and she steps up to the table. Hi.
So, you are our interrogator. Okay. Interesting.
Maybe. Depends.
How
was
are
the
you?
journey? I'm fine.
Yeah, the journey was good. More quickly than... Well, not quickly. We had to wait. But no stopping in Ayatzel, and... yeah. Good enough. It's a good ship. Nice crew. Most of them. Yeah. And
How did
everything
it go
here?
with Bertram?
Sorry?
How did it go with Bertram?
Well enough. Didn't interact with him so much. He was buddy with Kuyo most of the time.
Yeah.
Not
Figures.
amazing. That. Do they know each other actually? Like before?
Wouldn't know. Probably not.
Okay. Yeah. And you? Busy in the city?
Busy. Very busy. So, here's the thing. So it has come to my attention, mostly even before Samira let me know, but that you apparently have certain abilities that I didn't know about.
Sure. Like.
So
What?
here's the thing. In my line of work, I need to know whether I can trust the people I'm working with. So here's the thing. I am going to cast a spell that compels you to speak the truth when you do speak. You can choose not to answer things, but that looks a certain way. You can choose to resist the spell, which will also make it look a certain way. And then I will ask you certain questions, and you will answer them truthfully. If you try to avoid or resist the spell, I know you're lying, and at that point, our relationship as business partners is over. And we go our separate ways.
Okay. Can I expect to that you also cast it on yourself, and that I can also ask you questions about your abilities, or it's one-sided?
I mean, it's really about you here.
Okay. No, just wondering.
Because
it's
I'm
a,
not
it's
the
a business.
one who's digging into people's heads. So, yeah.
Well, maybe you could, and I just don't know about it.
Sure. I mean, if you think that I would do that, we can go our separate ways immediately.
That's fine. Go ahead. Do your thing.
All right. And she will cast Zone of Truth.
Not gonna resist it.
And then she pulls out the chair and sits down, makes herself comfortable. Let's get the immediate thing that is very obvious out of the way. Did you ever read my mind without me knowing?
Surface thoughts, yes.
When?
When we were at the edge of the village at Seer. Because we were avoiding to get in, and I wanted to know why. And you were being... I don't know. nervous about it. And
So if
I
somebody
shouldn't
doesn't
have.
want to give you an answer that gives you the right to do that?
No, it doesn't. And I feel sorry that I didn't. I'm honestly, with the things that I can do, let me say it like this: I don't have a lot of control over it, so it's in that sense. I'm like, okay, I knew what I was doing, so I'm sorry. But yes, I did.
What did you see?
Something strange. I don't understand it. Almost thoughts like that of don't take this the wrong way. An animal.
You know.
Something about being chased out of the village. I think spears were involved. And yeah, like I said, something animalistic. That's about it. Let me actually recall if that was about it. To dig through my notes now. Shit. Okay, if I'm missing something, you can tell me if I missed something that you told me. But I believe in character that that's it.
Yeah, I believe so too. Oh, am I gonna sneeze? Am I gonna sneeze? No, I'm not gonna sneeze. Okay.
Bless you.
No, it's just like,
Yeah.
I
If
paused.
you bless you, if you say gesunda, then it doesn't happen beforehand.
Fuck's sake. She nods. All right.
That was the only time. I see that it's not an ability that I should use lightly, and at that point I did use it lightly. I've learned since then. Not enough.
Look, I'm not your mother, or I'm not gonna tell you what not to do or what you should do. You're free to do whatever the heck you want. It's just that certain things I don't want to get associated with me because that's not something I would do. And the people I work with rely on me maintaining certain principles. And one of those principles is just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
Understood.
This entire job is tricky. There's multiple players after these things. And if I don't know I can trust you and the others, this is not going to work.
Fair enough.
I'm glad you're sorry. That's good to hear. I was worried you were not.
Well, I do have some heart.
I like you because there's certain things I recognize myself in, if you know what I mean. And she kind of points towards your finger. You see, the thing you saw, I had my own issues. And those issues were dealt with. Those issues were highly private. I'm not proud of them. I'm not happy about them. I don't really like talking about it. And maybe in time, I would have talked about it if you would have given me the opportunity. And maybe there's still a possibility, I don't know. You being sorry is a start.
Okay. Yes.
I'd hate to think that my original judgment of you was wrong.
I will do my best to prove it is. It is not.
All right, since we're here, what do you actually want to know? I mean, I'm gonna try to pull the person who's detecting disease to come around tomorrow. They're busy at the moment.
Oh, so there's not even a chance they're coming tomorrow?
As far as I heard, they're really busy. They're supposed to come in 2 more days, something like that.
Oh, shit. I mean,
I'll try my best.
Great.
Even my contacts are limited.
Yeah. I mean, if there's any money involved, I would be happy to pay you back on it.
No, you literally cannot bribe them. Like, don't even
Not bribe them, but if you need any money for it, I'm happy to pay you back. I didn't say bribe.
It's fine. I want to know if I still have a crew, because time is of the essence.
Yeah.
Your faces are not known. That's a benefit, and I want to keep that benefit.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Also, by the way, Bertram and I went to school together. Be nice to his people.
All right.
Rival doesn't mean we're at each other's throats. There's nuances and a spectrum of relationships between arch enemies and friendly rivals.
Okay. I just interpreted it that way because the way that I grew up, there is no space for that friendly rivalries.
Look, I get it. I've been in some rough shit in my life, but at some point you have to learn that not the entire world, A, revolves around you, and B, is out to get you, because actually most people are just normal people that go about their very normal, very boring lives.
Extremely boring, but yes, I do get what you're saying.
Doesn't mean you have to be friends with everyone. Doesn't mean you have to trust everyone. Just, don't go around being a dick, basically.
Gotcha.
She finger guns at you. I'm happy you're managing to maintain your amazing hair even in captivity.
Man's gotta have his priorities.
She kind of like shakes her head. It's like rough weather, very rough weather for amazing hair.
Yeah, it's the fact that I cannot use any magic hair is probably gonna bite me in the ass tomorrow, but I'll get by.
I'll see what I can do. No promises.
Ooh, some hair products? That would be great.
I didn't even think of that, but I will try that. That's actually something I would be able to do. I will get you some products.
Cool. Nice.
Do I need something for the girls? Like soap and stuff? I mean, they have basic bars of soap in these amenities, as far as I remember. Been a while that I was new to this town.
Yeah, I mean, probably that helps with, like, frizzles. Like, some of your hair tends to poof.
All right. All right. And she kind of drops the spell. You can feel it, All right. I guess you'll know by morning if it's gonna take longer or not.
Yeah, anything that you could do would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I had to pull connections even to pull this shit off. It's irregular.
So what situation would we be in if he didn't pull those connections? We had to wait for like weeks, or?
Oh no, but it would take a few days.
Fuck. Yeah, I think it'd be great if we can leave this behind us and get to work.
I mean, everyone gets through this. Sometimes it takes a bit longer. Once you have the paperwork, it's much easier. If you're planning on staying, we are planning on staying or returning multiple times. I would recommend go for the longer term, because otherwise, because you have to otherwise come back here over and over again.
Okay.
filling out everything over and over again. Yes.
No, thank you.
It is a bit more
also,
expensive to go for long term, but ultimately it pays off in time, so you don't have to deal with,
no
the
worries.
customs.
Probably also inner city papers, right?
I would prefer that. The inner city is crucial.
Yeah.
I'd like to avoid having my face seen. And the plan is that I will use you guys to go around, and while you're getting acquainted with the city, as new people tend to do, which is not unusual, you can sniff around and see if somebody has seen a very tall blonde elf, because that's not that hard to not see in a city full of Azimar.
By any chance, do we have like you had a description, but do you have like a picture of him?
Oh yeah, I have a drawing. Alina, can you post it in the OOC, the sketch?
Oh, let me just. I need to go back, but I can find it. Like, give me a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
Seconds or whatever.
Because
I forgot to add it in the fucking note.
Yeah, I just need to scroll a bit. Don't worry.
And she like reaches into a pocket and pulls out a parchment and slides it over to you.
And does it look like the elf we saw sitting on the bench in the manor?
There is a likely. I mean, it's a pencil, a ink sketch, right? But yeah, it does.
So
Whoever drew him captured the intensity of 100%.
of that face, yeah. So when we were in Brendana's, lovely place, by the way.
Oh yeah, that place is fucked. I didn't go in.
Selby. We saw some visions. Some apparitions, ghosts, I think, but they seemed real, parts of it. And we saw this man in it. And I tell Layla basically what happened with, at least what Cassia saw, with his discussion with, what's her face? The lady.
Gertrude.
Name. Gertrude. The pretty lady.
Yeah.
And like basically using the words that they use like for our people with the doll, and that she was up to some shenanigans.
Well, I'm not surprised considering who he is and who he works for. They call themselves the Menders. They're like this ancient elven group protecting the elven lands and trying to bring back the balance of nature, and very culty. So most branches are harmless. His particular branch is not. They do not stop at anything to get to their goals. Don't piss him off if you see him in the city. He is out of our combined league. We're to track him, not take him out.
All right.
Yeah. Clear?
Yeah. So I was typing. Sorry. Gotcha. So these Menders, they're active everywhere in this world, or this branch where he's from, or
They hunt down bits and pieces. They usually you don't see them outside the Elven Lands much. If they venture out for a reason. Considering what we're tracking down, I'm not sure why specifically he's after it. But then again, if the legends are true, these items lead to a lot of things. And some of those things might be useful to their cause. But we'll talk about that. That's,
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah,
there's
that's-
limited privacy here.
I understand. So just as when we get through this, do you have somewhere where we should meet you? Go?
I'll pick you up.
Safe house? Okay.
I'll pick you up.
Perfect.
And I'll give you pointers as to where you can stay. Probably in an inn city is a good idea. It would be a good place to start. You guys have coin. I mean, I'm gonna pay you the part for Louisa. 50% because of the incident.
Okay.
I mean, that's fair.
It is.
Because
It's more than fair.
It's good that Bertram didn't ask for reparations because I would have hated to share some information with him because I do like it when he has to work for it.
Yeah. Well, that would be great. But for me, the money is less important. I'm, like I said, more interested in context.
Mind you, I am giving you a warning that if this shit hits the fan, we might actually team up with them.
Good to know.
Depending on what we find.
You're suspecting it to hit the fan?
I'm expecting
soon?
everything all the
Okay.
time.
Wise.
This is a big thing. I will explain more when the time comes. Once I explain what these things are, you will understand. Keep your mouth shut.
All right.
Share only the bare minimum. Don't mention Yelp to the authorities.
Gotcha.
You don't know who he has in his pocket. Not pocket. You don't know his political ties. He's serious business. Hence why I need people who are not known. Because my face is sort of a tiny bit known.
Tiny bit. Teensy bit.
Just tiny bit.
Just tiny bit.
Just tiny bit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll have the guard take you back, and so the guy can go home. He looks so sad.
Yeah, it does look like done with this shit, but okay. Well, it was lovely to see you, and I hope we can have a good working relationship.
She gets up and kind of like puts a hand across the table towards you, not fully reaching, just more like just towards you.
You stand up as well. Take her hand.
And she kind of squeezes it. Right.
Mm-hmm. Place my other hand on it and just like pat it.
Don't be a dick, please.
I'll try. Smirk.
Because I kind of do begrudgingly like you, which I don't that often, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, bye. She kind of like just turns around and heads out, you know, hammers at the door, you know, guy opens it up for her, and she like finger guns out.
I just call after her. Your hair looks good, by the way.
Thank you, I know. And the guard will take you back to the hold. And this is where we're gonna take a break. Break time. All right. So,
Apple, you're not in the sound thing. Just letting you know, you're not in the music.
Oh,
yeah.
strange.
No,
So,
I think because when you disconnected, that's why I think.
Of course, smart.
It's fine.
That's
That's why I'm
okay.
here. Remind us.
There's been no music playing anyway, so
It's only harbor sounds, but basically we left off where Cassis was being brought back like about 20 minutes later into the hold by the same guard, who wishes you actually a very good night and has this like kind of look of relief on his face, like, oh, I can go home and have dinner.
Yeah, I thank him and I say to him, enjoy your evening, enjoy your well-earned rest. I just smile at him.
Yeah, he will nod. He will give you a squint, and then he will relax and nod in appreciation. It's like, see you in the morning. Bye.
See you tomorrow.
There is a night shift, by the way. And then he closes the door and bars it.
Have a nice night, dog.
Kind of just like raise my like hands, like what the fuck?
No, you have this. You know this from various cities. Like and this is not a young guard, right? This is like somebody who's already older, middle-aged. If you have been long enough on this job, you start recognizing a certain type of personality, if you will.
Wow, I am a certain type of personality.
Yeah.
You should steer. That's what you are.
What he's saying is there are other people like you in the city.
Impossible.
Oy, that's a nightmare.
Just because it's a highly
Impossible.
regulated city doesn't mean there is no crime, and it doesn't mean that there is no trouble. It's just regulated.
I think we're well aware of that.
So Cassius's are permitted, they're just regulated.
Anyway, Cassius comes in.
As they probably should be.
So Cassius is back. There you go. Shove him in.
Yo. What's up, nerds?
You okay?
Yeah, I just got like frisk searched all over the place. Wasn't pretty.
Insight check. Because that sounds like a bullshit. Although my odds of actually detecting this are actually pretty good.
Actually pretty good. Full of shit.
Vieira's not even going to contest you on that. She's just going to look at you with a face that says, yeah, but full of shit. Whatever.
Aw, Samira.
Almost, but not quite.
I like that still with a natural one. I still roll higher. That's bullshit.
Wow. That's the difference between a +10 and a -1 to
Yeah.
your skill. So,
No.
yeah, so Vieira's just going to give you a look that goes like, yeah, bullshit, but I'm not going to
I was muted. I'm so sorry.
You were muted, yeah. I was
So
I was expecting a comment there, but
I was gonna come over with your clothing already ready for you. Just you okay? That doesn't sound good.
no, it's fine. I met with Layla.
Oh, okay. Don't.
We
When you joke around, don't make me worry. Actually.
no, it's fine. If I was frisk search in a very special way, I would come here, maybe with a bigger smile. Never mind.
Okay.
So I met with Layla. She
Yes.
is definitely pulling some strings because the doctor was only expected to come. So hopefully he comes tomorrow. He was only expected to come here in a couple of days. So she is.
Can I not do this detect poison and disease? Because I can do it.
You're
Yeah,
the literal, person that's gonna be detected. So
exactly.
No.
You're the person under investigation. That wouldn't help. Anyway, hopefully he'll come tomorrow. She's doing her best. Then, well, we talked a little bit about what happened with the other crew, the researchers. And we have to be mindful of the fact that if shit really goes down, we might need to team up with them.
Ah. Okay.
They're not exactly on the other side,
Okay,
but
okay.
just so
Wait.
you know.
So what you're saying is they might not be the enemy?
Just give her a look.
Yeah. Unsurprised.
Well, I also know a little bit more about at least the person that stole, or the Samuel Lockwood.
Do we even know what? Can we start with what's the actual job?
She'll tell us more. We'll probably in the first process is we're gonna have a look around the city. By ourselves, not bodyguarding her, but by ourselves to meet the right people, see what's up, because we're literally outsiders. We're outside faces.
You can be vague sometimes, Cassius.
I
But
can be vague, but
that's literally nothing to go on.
She was also being vague. She'll tell us more once we get out of here because it's not a private room to speak.
I get that, sure.
Do we need that extra access thing?
Extra
for the internal city, yes.
Yeah.
We should also apply for the longer stay because otherwise you need to come back here and fill in everything again. So we need to apply for longs.
What's the longest you can apply for?
I assume we'll just ask them. She didn't elaborate. I didn't ask.
I have a bad feel this is gonna take a while.
It's gonna take a while. It costs also some extra money. But she's gonna pay us also for the Louisa job, but 50% because of what happened.
Money's no problem there.
I accepted it anyway. So the longest term spend is gonna cost some extra money, probably a couple of extra forms, but it's for the better because you don't want to come back here every often or ever.
Oh, so you have to reapply every time it runs out?
If it's a short-term thing, or maybe even with the long-term, I'm
guessing they've got papers. They've got papers for like a month and probably papers for like a year.
We get the longest possible. My suggestion. Maybe the longest is a residence permit. That's maybe going a little bit too far, but
you might have to do things first, and provided you're still in good standing after a certain amount of time, then
how about we see how long like maybe there's a time difference between the longer year one and the month one, and if it's worth it to take the longer one.
What I can tell you, and I drop down to sit next to Samir and Vera, what I can tell you is with this guy, the Samuel Lockwood, we should be extremely careful. He is beyond our combined capabilities, even considering with Layla's contacts. He is part of a group they call themselves the Menders. But an extreme branch of it, a branch that is not afraid to use hostilities or anything to achieve their goals. They are part of
assassination is part of their daily job.
My guess is as much. At least what she knew is that the Menders it's a group, or at least this organization, the entire organization, is interested in bringing back balance of nature. I'll just look at Vieira. But apparently this branch is that the Samuel Lockwood is part of the most aggressive in their pursuits.
Some more in the, less balancing, more making nature instead of civilization happen.
Maybe. I don't know to what extent what their goals are. I assume that Layla doesn't know specifically, but
if they're bringing back the balance, they want to get rid of civilization,
parts
and
of
replace it with nature, or at least tune civilization with nature.
Yeah, but it sounds like they are a no-nonsense group.
Fanatics, I think, is the word you're looking for, but it sounds
that sounds like it. And the Menders, they hunt down bits and pieces that can help, and you actually don't see them outside the Elven lands as much. But and Layla isn't sure why they're after this item specifically, but
they obviously think they can use it or sell it to someone. I think something that can.
The way that she put it was anything that will help them further their goals, and if they believe that something will further their goals, they're going for it.
Maybe this thing's a weapon and it can be used to force people into that, threaten them with violence to comply, or
possibly a weapon, a key, something.
Yeah.
Anyway, Layla told us to, well, we'll meet with her. She'll pick us up once we're done here.
What if it does take them a couple of days to get us out? Is that still...
Well,
See?
she's hoping that it doesn't. If it does, then probably she's gonna need another crew because this shit is going down soon.
Oh, that's not
So
good.
let's hope for us. We just need to do on our part. We just need to do as much as possible to expedite the process.
Yeah.
Well, does that not mean we should get the shorter term stuff because it's quicker? And then once we've dealt with
we don't want to reapply ever, because we might need to also go out and return out of Tucson. She recommended to go for the longest one.
As part of this job, we might.
As part of this job, or maybe if there's an extension of the job, if stuff goes down, we don't know. So she recommended to go for the longest day permit.
Okay, I mean, she obviously knows how long it takes, so maybe there's not a huge amount of difference between the short and the long version.
The way that she told me is that it just costs more money.
Okay, that's good.
And it's probably the same form, just ticking.
Maybe a bit more detail or some shit like that.
Possibly, but money is not the issue here. So, anyway, yeah. So probably when we meet up with her, we have a little bit more time to speak more closely about the job, but she didn't want to tell too much because it's
I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't say anything more here because, like you say, these aren't private rings. So we'll talk more once we're on the other side of customs.
Yeah.
About it. Did she say where to meet her? Don't say it. But did she say where to?
She'll pick us up.
She'll pick us up. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we
gotta wait.
Get through customs.
Lots of waiting.
Yep.
Yeah. You have the rest of the evening to yourselves.
I'm gonna finish up my day's work.
Is anybody watching us constantly?
No, you're alone in the room.
Vieira's gonna try and
Mind you, I also want to point out that the walls you're sitting in are 1/2 meter thick.
Yeah, that's fine. Vieira's gonna try and wild shape into a direwolf.
Yikes!
Why a direwolf?
Yikes!
You could have said a house cat or a dog.
We'll try for a direwolf.
We'll try for a direwolf.
Yeah, Vieira at some point randomly turns into a direwolf.
Just startle in a second, but then just...
The direwolf is nodding its head enthusiastically. And then she shifts back out into her normal form. Good to know.
Was that a test, or what was that?
That was a test. Obviously, these walls are warded against the use of magic. But it's good to know that I can use my wild shape even if I'm in a situation where we are warded against magic use.
So it's not magic?
Okay.
I guess not. Weird.
That actually might have been a gem derp because I think that wild shape doesn't count under anti-magic field. Let me check. Wild shape versus anti-magic field.
Too bad now. We've had the Nodding Direwolf.
The Nodding Direwolf, name of our next inn.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's considered an innate ability, and so isn't prevented by anti-magic.
Oh, so the healing and my healing hands would work as well?
I suspect so.
So my favorite of the gods would work as well.
Innate spell casting is a different matter, though, so I don't know if healing hands is classed as innate.
It's not a spell. Technically, it's just I can touch
I've
someone.
got...
It's a trait. It says it's a trait.
Yeah,
but
I've got Misty Step as an innate spell.
The wording is that you can magically assume the shape of a beast that you have seen before. And hence it is countered by anti-magic fields.
What healing hands, just to set the record straight, because it says, as an action you can touch a creature and cause it to regain a number of hit points equal to your level. Once you use this trait, you can't use it again, blah. Nothing about magic in there.
Yeah, that's... I feel so vague on certain things. Healing hands, anti-magic...
Misty Step doesn't say I magically teleport, it just
Misty
says...
Step is a spell. Like...
Yeah.
Divine power guards your destiny. You fail saving throw or miss with an attack roll. You can add to
Technically
2d4.
speaking, only like if we go by rules as written, only effects described as magical in the description, cast a spell or mimic a spell effect that is stated in the description, use spell slots or a magic item are affected by anti-magic field.
Okay, so radiant consumption would also work. Maybe rage not, but who knows? Just set no record straight.
So the wild
So
shape doesn't work.
there might be supernatural, but not magical in that sense. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Divine Smite would be stopped because it's fueled by spell slots, but Lay on Hands.
Nobody cares about Divine Smite.
Healing Hands would not be stopped. That's what.
This is actually a place where my Wild Surge would not go off.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yay! No exploding Samira.
Yay!
Just stay in this building forever.
No Nodding Wolf. Sorry.
Rip the Nodding Wolf.
Ripperoni.
Uncanning.
You had a nodding Viera.
She retconned it. No, Viera wouldn't be nodding otherwise. She'd be like disappointed and dejected, and then slowly walk back to bed, curl up, and just go into a trance.
The retconned wolf.
I'm sorry.
So this is like see Vera just like stand up, shake her head disappointedly, go to bed. It's like, good night. Should we set watches?
We're in the safest city in this part of the world.
Most regulated, not safest.
We can take watches, yeah.
Sure.
If someone comes in the middle of the night because something's going on, and we have someone awake.
I mean, it's early anyway, so I'll probably be awake before you guys are even going to sleep anyway.
That's true, that's unfair. Are you gonna mess up your sleeping schedule again?
Well, no, it's still going to be like late evening when I wake up, and that's no different to any other day. It's just, I always only need 4 hours.
Okay.
So every day is either me going to sleep really late, or me going to sleep really early.
True.
By your standards.
Oh, by the way, forgot to mention something very important. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're getting hair products.
Getting...
Can always rely on this guy.
Oh goodness. Hair products for your type of hair or what?
For all the types of hair.
Interesting. Okay. I can... Yeah, that's necessary. That's good.
Yeah, exactly.
Does that
and this is why I'm the leader of our group.
Hair?
Huh?
Does that mean you're gonna make something with our hair?
What?
Huh?
Hair product? What's that?
Stuff you put in to make your hair not suck.
Yeah, you've seen me use...
Oh, you mean like soap?
Yeah, like soap. Sure. Yes, exactly like soap.
Right. Okay.
Just look at Samira and just like shake my head. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she's got her own type of hair. I don't even understand how it's alive.
Probably need like... never mind.
Yeah, it's good. I need some more tangle cream anyway, so let's drop.
Yeah, I requested for you anti-poofiness. So.
Anti-poo... I hope she's not getting me a straightener.
Actually, I would pay to see that.
No? Do you know how damaging that is? No. Do you want me to I don't know, put stuff that's not made for your hair in yours? Huh?
My hair can resist anything.
Oh.
Sand? I don't
Actually,
think it can resist sand. Nothing can
Sand?
resist sand.
Sorry, had to. I'm not.
It does get everywhere.
It's coarse.
And annoying.
Your hair? I agree.
My hair doesn't get everywhere. It's maybe
annoying,
in your mind.
But it's coarse and annoying, you just said?
No, sand. You're coarse and annoying.
I know, and I'm proud of it.
Why are you even hanging out with you? Gods. Alright. I'm going to sleep, I think. Or
Oh.
I'll take the first watch.
Okay.
I'll take the first watch. Go to sleep.
Both opposing things to do, but okay.
Go to sleep. I'll take first watch.
It's so early, but alright.
Can straighten your hair while you sleep. Good night.
Just look at him, just straight up, just look. It's like a whole man just staring at his head.
So if he's going to sleep now, are you taking...
I'll take first watch. You guys sleep.
He's a bit indecisive, don't worry about it.
I just
I
said
thought you...
3 different times. Go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Go. Shoo.
Okay. Hera
And then
just
I go to bed.
closes her eyes.
The night will pass normal, by the way. There's nothing happening. The earliest that something will happen is at 6 a.m. The guard that you know from the previous day, very...
Wait, does that mean we get to click long rest?
Yes.
I already clicked it.
You rebel.
I know.
Awesome. Didn't use anything but long rest.
I'm back to
I
normal,
did.
baby.
I'm back to 1 level of exhaustion.
God damn it.
The guard opens the... he has definitely bags underneath his eyes. He could have used going home sooner, probably. And the little woman is back, and she's carting in breakfast.
At 6 a.m.?
Yes,
What's wrong with these people?
Exactly 6 a.m.
I mean at least you get food on time.
We also went to bed like at 8, so we'll be awake before probably.
You will get the classical of hard-boiled egg in egg cups, and the equivalent of orange juice, and fresh baked buns, and
Equivalent of
cured
orange
meat,
juice.
and
Apple
butter, and cheese, and jam, right?
This isn't bad for 1 silver a day, I have to say. We should ask them if they do extended lodging.
No.
No, but okay.
She will also hold out the pouch because, it's a second day. So
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
two
I'll-
animals.
We didn't have breakfast,
Which is
so we...
She just brought us breakfast.
Yeah, so that's still the first day's
I
meal.
mean, she doesn't know what you're saying, so she's just holding out the pouch.
okay. That's 3
Because
plus
we only-
2.
we
Free
only had
silver,
lunch.
free silver for the
Lunch
animals,
was
free
first.
silver for you guys.
Okay.
6 silver total per day.
5 silver and 10 copper because I'm out of silver on the group coin sack.
She doesn't seem to mind.
Okay.
50
But
copper
she-
and
Hint 50 copper indeed.
She's like counting as you put it into the pouch and then nods, wishes you mahlzeit, and then head out.
Wishes us what?
Mahlzeit.
My side.
My side.
Wishes us what?
My
Mahlzeit.
side.
She
Night
just
side.
It's like
she
bon
just-
appetit.
It's like look at VR, she just like cursed all elves, but
Oh,
fine.
don't stop.
You also get
Here,
a
just
very
shrugged.
strong black brew.
Ooh, what is this?
Obviously, it's
Is it-
coffee.
Is
I
it
know.
bitter as fuck?
Wait,
Yes.
let me just.
nice.
Pierre crushes a worm tongue petal into it. And then drinks it.
Some
If
of
it's
the
bitter, it
buns,
might as well be
Some of
bitter.
the buns have poppy seeds on them. Some of them have like what they call it, sunflower seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them have pumpkin seeds. Some of them are plain white buns.
Fiera eats some stuff, but not an awful lot.
Taking all the pumpkin seed buns.
shove them in a. I've got a spare sack.
You
can
also have
shove them
fresh
in.
fruit along with everything.
You've technically paid for it, so we should take it.
Apples,
You
it's
should eat
mostly
it.
apples.
Yeah.
Very healthy.
like-
Oh yeah, the jam is damson jam. Just for FYI. Orbital.
Well, I
Stretch
need
can-
to make a note of this. What kind of jam is it?
Damson.
Damson. It's a type of
S-E-N.
fruit that grows on a tree.
It's plum.
Oh,
It's not. It's damson.
Yes, just. Zwetschge in German.
Ja, Zwetschge or Pflaume.
Pflaume, yeah.
Either.
Pflaume.
Either.
Yeah.
I know Pflaume.
Yeah, there you go.
Plums.
Yeah,
Zwetschge is the Austrian version.
Prime.
there you go.
Very easy to make jam out of because it has such a high pectin content. You don't need to add any preservatives or anything. You just add sugar and cook it, basically. And then it makes jam.
It's just a cooking show now. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm the GM. Yes, it is.
It was always a cooking show.
It was always a cooking show. Yeah. I know this because my uncle has damson trees in his garden and he makes jam.
I grew up in Austria. They put it on stuff all the time, so whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. The street.
They put it into dumplings.
Toilet paper.
They put it in They put it into dumplings. Never mind. I'm not gonna get carried away with food now. I was like, you almost got me there. Anyway, we get to breakfast. The little woman will come in later, about like half an hour later, so she lets you eat, in peace. And she's the inspector will come around lunchtime, probably later, probably afterwards, but he will come today.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, that's good.
And once we have regulated the basics, then we can take you to the actual office building and handle the paperwork that is necessary. We also have organized an interpreter and a notary for your friend. Because I assume she also doesn't write the last deal?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
She doesn't write in general.
Yes, that's also correct.
Well, thank you for telling me that information that I didn't need to know. But thank you.
Maybe you needed it. Thank you, Ava. Thank you for taking care of us.
Well, that is my job. So I will do my best to do it. Do you need anything else in the meantime? Have you been comfortable? Have you slept well? Are the beds satisfying enough?
Did she bring hair products?
No, she didn't.
Oh, sadness. Just looks sad. I don't say anything.
We're fine, but thank you.
All right, then see you later at lunchtime. I've seen that some of the plate was not really eaten yesterday. Have some of you some preferences not eating meat? Do I have to know, or do you have allergies? Do you know what allergies are? I'm happy to explain.
No,
Our friend wasn't that hungry.
yeah, yesterday she was already, not that much into eating, but should be fine today.
All right, well then, see you later.
All right.
And she carts out the empty plate.
So as soon as she's gone, thank you for taking care of us, huh?
It's gonna ignore her, spend half an hour in the bathroom. Making do.
I'm going after him, just laughing at his hair.
Still looks good. Doesn't look amazing, still looks good. Go away! I don't need you in here, go away! Shoosh! Shoo!
It's like you just... Do you put concrete in it? Why is it just staying? That's unnatural.
It's just a blessing. Go away.
All right, let me Just hands up, back away from the door. Don't want to interrupt.
Shut the door.
Yeah. Just checking something. Give me a second. Okay, so she's back at 12. You get meatloaf with hard-boiled egg in the middle, and some salad on the side.
Me too. Okay. Yeah, I'm keeping on with my training time, so that's plus 5 hours until.
For people who don't know what I'm talking about, it looks like this. Viera is like, what is this food even?
Viera just eats the hard-boiled egg.
Okay.
Wow, that's so good though. What the fuck?
Yeah, no.
That's pretty good.
She eats the lettuce and the hard-boiled egg in the middle.
Why are you eating a meat?
Well, that stuff I don't know what the hell that is. So
It is meat.
yeah,
Just try it.
sure.
It's meat.
Just
Looks like
fuck-
it's been scraped off the ground and stuffed together.
Fair, just
It's
try it.
ground,
You didn't even try it.
It's
Like,
more processed meat. It's ground up most likely. It's
Just-
not nothing with the ground.
Fair, just for us, just try it at least.
You gotta eat something. You can't say you have your good berries today. You said they vanished.
They did, sadly. I'll be fine. I don't need to eat as much as you guys anyway.
Oh,
Please have a taste.
Just try it. You don't even know.
It's like you said, it's meat.
You
We
just try-
literally have. Then eat some rations, please. We have food still. We aren't bound onto their food deliveries.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll eat the egg.
You didn't even try it. Like, how do you know? I just don't understand.
I just take out one of the rations I have in my packs and give it to her. Please eat something.
I'm eating more than enough.
It's an egg.
Are you like
I've
watching
seen
your?
you-
Are you like
I've
watching
seen
your
you
weight?
yourself.
Yes.
I've seen you yourself almost demolish a whole fucking bowl. Please eat.
That's because we've been very highly active during the
You're
day, as
poisoning
opposed
yourself. That's
to.
active.
Yeah. No, it's not. I'm sleeping. I might as well be a hibernating bear at this point.
Hibernating bears eat.
Not when they're hibernating, they don't.
Well, before they hibernate, they do.
Yeah, before they hibernate, they do. I ate before I hibernated.
What did you? Okay, you.
Just
It's
give
your
up.
decision.
Just
You're
like
an
throw my
adult.
hands in the air. Is she? At this point, I'm questioning.
She has her right to not eat if she doesn't want to eat, but you have some rations here. And then it's
Making
dropped.
comparison with a bear, more like making a comparison with a fucking donkey. Stubborn.
Don't be rude.
Oh, she is. She is being stubborn.
I don't force food down your throat. Don't force food down my throat.
I'm just asking you to try it.
I don't want to try it.
There's picky eaters out there, you know. It mostly is seen around children, but there's also adults that are picky eaters. Don't worry.
I've eaten all the salad. I've eaten the egg. I ate lots of breakfast, and I've been sat here all day doing absolutely nothing. So I don't need to eat loads and loads of food. I'm not doing anything. If I was training, then sure, I'd probably eat more, but I'm not. I'm sitting here like a lemon.
Okay.
It's right
Like I
if you
said,
want.
You do you. If you need another sparring session, let me know.
That's okay, you carry on with your weaving.
Okay.
Like just lie down.
Yeah,
Look
just-
at.
It's about all there is to do.
Just force myself to concentrate again, just dropping the topic wholesale.
Anyway. So basically, after this entire exchange comes to a close, let's say an hour after lunch. Also, I have to forward the time to about an hour after lunch, like plus minus a few minutes. The door opens and the guard will introduce to you. And you recognize him by now. He is wearing one of those white priest robes that you have seen with the bishop in Cottontail, right? Very clean, very simple. Nothing that would make his rank apparent, by the way. Very short cropped hair, pale eyes, kind of grayish, brownish, but very pale, like Samira. Has a very neat, short cropped goatee. Almost looks like, at first glance, it looks like he hasn't shaved, but then you see that's like very neatly and shortly cropped. And he's being introduced actually as Inquisitor Alfred Feigenbaum.
That's always a good title to have.
Inquisitor
Alfred, yeah.
Alfred Feigenbaum.
Alfred. I'll put it in. Yeah, I misspoke.
It's not like every media possible has connotations with Inquisitor.
Inquisitor.
Fucking hell.
Or suspected of heresy. Gotcha.
And literally, he will nod. He will introduce himself and apologize that he couldn't come sooner. He has this he is keeping his hands behind his back and very straight posture, very to protocol, if you will, right?
Mm-hmm.
He is friendly, but professional, and he explains the process that he will look at all of you to make sure that you don't have any diseases. It is a tight-built city, and they just want to make sure that the citizenship is safe. He will also take you outside once that has been secured, and give you all a preliminary detect magic scan to give an approximate estimation of your potential capabilities and items you may carry.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like very transparent in explaining to you what is going to happen, and also at the same time not even giving you the benefit of the doubt that this might be avoidable. This is just how it's done, right? He's not even expecting protest. Like,
Celestial or common?
This is in Celestial.
Translating for Viera,
yeah.
just as he's speaking.
She'll point out the black hole.
What?
He's not going to find any magic inside us when he does the detect magic, so don't be surprised.
We'll get to that point when he does it. Let's first get through the physical.
So yeah, he does what Viera probably recognizes the most as detect disease, right? In some variation of it. And then you were given time to collect your stuff because you have to step, he is casting by the way, from outside the door. And then he waits for you to come outside because for the full-on effect to take place, like whatever magical items you have to be outside the anti-magic field. So he waits for you to collect your things and come outside. And then he has a second round. He detects magic that's a bit more obvious. He does something else on top of that. Also
would I try to make an Arcana check to see
you can try, yeah.
But all spellcasters, can we all try and make an Arcana check?
Yes.
I'm not gonna roll one. No, it wouldn't make sense for her to know anything.
You catch a few glimpses of the wording, Cassius, because it seems like a very archaic form of celestial that you don't quite recognize, but you catch like words here and there from context. He's casting Attack Good and Evil. OC. Cassius wouldn't know how the spell is called, but you would get the gist of what it does.
Okay. Yep.
And he will also take notes as he does that, right? He's not commenting. He's also not making any faces. He's very professional about it. He will thank you. And then basically point out that you will have to wait a bit longer while they arrange for the next stage and somebody will come to pick you up. He will also inform you that no disease has been found and therefore he doesn't have to remove anything. And just gives you a kind reminder not to forget to report your magical abilities.
Thank you.
And items.
Will do.
He especially like nods towards Cass's hand. It's not judgmental. He just like points it. It's a very casual thing, right?
He gestures. I guess we're going back inside the House of No Magic.
Yeah.
Great. Viera just grumpily turns around and stomps back into the House of No Magic and then sits down somewhere.
The House of No Magic. Exactly.
It's Ava who comes back, by the way. And she's like, I am very sorry, but the court interpreter will not be available until tomorrow morning. But your friend, acquaintance, has given me certain items that I now can give to you because you have been cleared. And she kind of gives you like a tote bag.
Grabby hands.
Yeah, she gives it to you. She's not afraid of touching you at this point, right? Because you have been cleared, so it's fine. And she says she will come back with food, and she will point out you will not be locked in at this point, but it would be greatly appreciated if you don't wander too far from the building until you have the needed permits.
We visit the stables to look at our animals?
But of course, you can. Yes.
Perfect.
They have been taking very good care of them. And if you want to take them out a bit, walk around the building, that is fine. Just make sure, please, to put them back until you have the necessary permits.
Does the panther need to be leashed while we walk him around, or no?
The what?
The cat. Does he need to be leashed?
There is nobody here in this courtyard. Just this is what I mean with don't take them far away from this building.
Okay, thank you. You said the court interpreter was not available
until tomorrow morning.
Does it mean we can only start tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And it would not be possible for one of us to...
No. For people who cannot read or write or speak Celestial, our nationality, there needs to be an officially appointed person who is permitted and verified to do this kind of thing. So your friend will have a court interpreter who will translate everything at all times, and a notary who will fill out the forms for her.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
I think that's about it for me. Just ask Viera and just give a quick catch up.
Of course. I just want to point out the court interpreter is 5 gold a day and the notary is 10 gold a day. I hope that is all right.
It is. It is.
Yeah. And ask Viera if she wants to. If I need to relay something. Okay. That's no.
Nothing.
Yeah, we are fine, thank you.
All right, then. I'll see you a bit later.
Yep. See you.
Does that mean they're going to process all of us at the same time, and that's why they're waiting for the notary and the interpreter for me as well? Seems odd that they don't process you two first. Because it's not like they can't.
It would have been a good thing to ask.
Honestly, no clue.
probably get a standard answer. That,
because I mean,
Yeah.
it's fine. We're not gonna leave without you anyway. So if we
Yeah.
are processed,
well, I mean,
then what?
you guys could go into the city and set up with Layla
That's
and
not.
stuff.
It's
No.
all right. It's all right.
Well,
I
if
look in the
time is
tote.
of the
I look in the
essence.
tote bag.
You have hair products. There you go.
No, boy.
It's not for
Nice.
straightening hair. It's for just keeping the frizzle out.
All right.
Good.
Because
This
Layla
often,
is not an idiot.
Yeah. There's often this product against frizzle, but straightening at the same time. That's the thing that happens.
So I
This
can
is-
go and visit Brath.
Yeah, you can go visit the Brath and Mateo and walk them around the yard,
Hmm.
the
I'm gonna go
courtyard.
do that.
Not take them far. He doesn't need to have. He doesn't need to be leashed, but just don't take him off the courtyard, basically.
Do you want me to come with you in case someone tries to talk to you, or?
No, it'll be fine. They obviously know that I'm allowed to, otherwise they wouldn't let me go near. So, it's fine. You can come if you want. I don't mind.
I have some things to finish off, so I'll just take my. It's transportable. I'll just set out a bit outside to get some fresh air.
It's raining.
You know, I can watch.
You don't want to weave it.
It's fucking raining. I forgot. Is there like an overhang over the building? Like some buildings have some overhang. Yeah, I'll be under the overhang, so I can look at you and watch.
All right, you go
within
watch
reach.
VR play outside.
Yeah, get some fresh air.
You watch Viera very slowly walking to the stables, and then presumably she can bring Ibrath outside and let him get a bit of fresh air, so that he can at least walk around. And if she can, she's gonna. Is anybody just like sitting and watching her the whole time?
Present.
No.
Okay. She'll cast Speak with Animals so that she can properly convey to Ibrath what's happening.
He understands. He's not too happy
Neither is she.
because
And he can tell by
you
that.
two-legged people are very complicated. Basically, is his comment.
Yeah. No
But
kidding.
he understands that two-legged people have different needs and different rules.
Does he want? He probably doesn't want to stay in the city. During our stay in the city, does he want me to get him outside of the city, the other side, into the wild, and then let him go into the wilds for a couple of weeks? Because it's going to be a few weeks.
He will note that this city, like the previous ones, are very clean, so he doesn't mind being here. There's lots of nature, very clean.
Okay.
As long as you
It's
feed him.
Yeah, we'll feed you, obviously. Of course. That goes without saying. It's more a case of if you wanted to be outside in the wild or not. It's up to you. I'm happy for you to be here and wander around with me too. Because like you say, there's plenty of nature around. So. He's drinking puddles off the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does, yeah.
With the spoon.
With the spoon,
With the
yeah.
spoon. Pulls out his silverware set.
Also, guys, this meat is melting. It's amazing.
Good. So yeah, in that case, yeah, okay, I'll keep you around then. Depending on what the city's regulations are, I might not be able to walk you without having something around your neck, like a leash. So
He's
that
very
at least...
happy with the scarf that Samira made. It's like very soft.
No.
Good. And I'll relay that later. Yeah, she's just gonna kind of slowly walk around the courtyard with him, talking and getting him a bit of fresh air, and then point out that she needs to do the same with Mateo.
He's stretching, right? He does, make use.
Yeah. Do you like chasing balls? Is that a thing? Probably not.
He hasn't thought about it ever.
Me neither.
What
But
is
it
a
struck
ball?
me as it's a round object that if I threw it, it would bounce away from us.
Is it eatable?
Probably not. The idea is that you run and chase it and catch it and bring it back.
But I can't eat
could-
it?
You're right. I mean, I could just summon a couple of dust bunnies and you could chase those down and eat those instead. Although
It
I think
sounds disgusting.
when you kill them, they disappear. So it'd be very unsatisfying.
Making a bowl of jerky, that works.
I don't mind if you summon some bunnies. They're tasty.
Yeah, but I think again, the second you bite into them, when you kill them, they just disappear. So you'd be like biting into thin air.
That would be very disappointing.
That would be very disappointing. Let's see if there's a pet shop that sells bunnies.
What is a pet shop?
Place that sells like they were talking about people having exotic animals and pets here, so presumably people have shops that sell animals as pets.
Also, like those places where they sell cut up meat, and you don't have to go hunting.
Exactly.
That's a butcher's shop. Yeah.
Also, the difference is that these are alive.
The difference
but in the
is
butcher's
one is
shop, they're already
alive and
killed.
one is dead and cut up for you already. Yeah.
I would be interested in the pet shop. There might be some interesting things to eat.
Sorry, just sparking ideas in Vieira's head. Yeah, we can have a look. Maybe see if there's anything interesting to eat. A buffet menu, so to speak.
Do I get to chase them, or
Probably not through the city. I suspect somebody would be a little bit alarmed by that.
oh, I understand.
But outside the city, highly likely. We could do whatever we want outside the city.
And then he will be like, "Can I go back to the stables? It's very white outside."
Yes, you may. You don't need to ask, just go.
He head bumps you, and shoulder tackle like bumps you as he moves past you.
Yeah. She'll escort him back to the stables. And then Mateo doesn't give a shit. With the spell still running, Mateo, do you want to come out for a walk or do you just want to sit there? And all the people in the stables are like, what the fuck is she actually talking to?
If a donkey could shrug, his face would say, "I just shrugged."
Yeah. Okay. Well, she'll pat him and check him over, make sure he is being cared for properly.
Oh yeah, he's brushed
Yeah,
down.
he's obviously
He
being
hasn't
looked
been
after
this
for
brushed down in ages. Like
in weeks.
yeah. Like you're pretty sure they put something in his fur to make it even softer.
Mm-hmm. It's all those carrots he's getting. So.
Products.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even the donkey gets hair products.
Yeah.
Yep. No, she'll just make sure he's okay, and then once she's satisfied, she'll kind of nod to her breath once he's settled in his cage, and then head back out again. Very slowly, almost looks like she's mope walking back to the building of doom.
You good?
Yeah, they're fine. They're being looked after. So
That's alright, that's good.
that's the
That's good.
important thing.
So,
Gee, I misjudged the spiciness of it. Oh my god.
So you still want to stay outside, or, cooped it up and all?
I mean, my choice is sitting in a boring building or walking around in the rain
That's
in
true.
a boring courtyard. So, yeah, there's like nothing to do. So you don't want to get your weaving damp anyway, sitting outside.
No,
all the time, so.
let's go back inside then.
Yeah. just head inside, and then she's just going to climb onto one of the lower bunks and kind of cross her legs, and she looks tired, a bit bedraggled almost, especially having been out in the rain as well.
A little bit later, bathroom door goes open, Cassius walks out. Amazing hair.
Whistling.
Hey.
Hey.
It's like walking like the Fonz. Hey. What's up?
Just start clapping. Nice performance.
Take a
Someone's
bow.
all dolled up.
Ah. Feels good. Feels good to be back.
All dressed up, no place to go.
Why you gotta sound it like a funeral? Like, what the hell?
A funeral.
They killed a braff or something, or what's up?
I'm just tired.
Just tired. You were sleeping all day.
Yeah.
Inside check.
She's not lying. Yeah, I don't even need to contest it.
She's poisoning herself. Duh.
You can see written all over her face, there are, not something you see very often, lines of exhaustion on Vieira's face.
Yeah,
She's like you can see her eyes are kind of semi-closed half the time. She's really, really tired.
why? When are you done with this poisoning?
I'm not gonna do it tomorrow or the day after, at least.
Just like go over to her. Actually, yeah. You sure you're feeling at least a little bit okay? You don't look really doing that well.
I need a couple of days rest, if I'm honest. I probably shouldn't have taken any today, but I did.
Yeah.
Do you need us to request something specific, like
No.
You want to take an antitoxin, or I can't? We can't really help. I think.
No, the poison's not in my system anymore, but it's taxed my strength a little bit.
Maybe we can see if we can get some like tea or.
No, I don't need anything. Just water. We've got water, so that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna rest, if I'm honest. So.
All right.
Yeah, just let us know if you need anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be fine.
Just like pat her on the knee a little bit.
You can see she's kind of like drift trancing almost.
Does she look cold?
No.
Okay.
I mean, she's wet.
Mm.
But apart from that, she's just been walking around outside for half an hour with the breath.
All right.
But no, she doesn't look cold.
Yeah, no,
I'll leave. She just looks tired.
Yeah, I'll make sure to leave her to rest. So make my rest of my day pretty quiet. So I actually start getting myself a bit more presentable, as in getting clothes ready for whatever is going on tomorrow, and also getting my hair all done, new up, and braided.
Hold out the doily with hair products.
Okay, shall we fast forward to the next morning?
We can do that.
Sure.
Insert more German cuisine here.
Boing.
Insert more bored people here.
Alright, so two of us are all dolled up and ready. The other is exhausted.
The other is back down to 2 levels of exhaustion.
2! What did you do?
Well, you get 1 level of exhaustion for training, don't you?
Yes! You were at 1 and then you were at 3?
Yeah. I pushed it and failed.
God.
So.
Thumbs up.
Yep.
Okay, so what happens throughout this day? You get the breakfast around 7. You have basically the old woman coming back, and you get following them. Her is the court interpreter and the notary, which is 2 more Asimar. Like, one is translating for Vieira, the other one is there to fill out paperwork. They will take the payment in advance. It doesn't matter if they're going to work for you for an hour or the entire day. you gotta pay them the entire day.
What's it, 5 gold?
5 gold for the court interpreter. Notary is 10 gold.
It's the first of heat, isn't it? First of Hitze.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
Well, I'll pull out 10 gold and pay for that.
Speaking of that, let me just check the calendar. I need to edit the climate, so it's. But it should be sunshine anyway. But
And you said it was 5 gold for the other one.
10 and 5, yeah.
it's 5 gold for the court interpreter. Notary is 10 gold.
So 15 in total.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna pay 12 gold, 30 silver.
And she gets the 60 copper again. Like 6 silver, you said, for the
6 silver
food
for
and
the daily.
yeah, 60 copper.
Give me a
Okay.
second.
So I paid for the interpreter and the notary. And Samira's paying for the food, I guess. Is that coming out of group fund stuff?
I can take your. Yeah, I'm currently with group fund, yes, because it's group thing. If you want interpreter to be group fund as well, no problem.
No, it's fine. I've paid for that already, so.
It's always
Slightly
open
lit.
to you. Group fund is group fund.
Yeah.
It's not regulated. That can be taken out anytime.
No, that's not
Yeah.
supposed to be. No.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Behave.
We're a group, and whenever anyone feels like it's a group necessity to be paid, it's taken out of group fund.
Mhm.
Alright.
Well, I might borrow the 15 gold back out of the group fund later if I
Yeah.
need it. But
As long as
Alright.
you either out of character let me know so I can edit it correctly, or you edit it correctly yourself.
So yeah,
It
there
should
you
all
go.
be labels.
Weather is better.
yay!
The
What
weather
is the
is
weather
better.
today?
Oh, let me look at the calendar.
Now
Sunshine.
that we're awake and it's a different month completely.
Oh, it's hot and it's light and breezy.
What?
Mine-
No rain!
No, but you know what's
No,
gonna
thank
happen
you.
because after several days of rain, when the heat starts.
Humidity!
Humid as fuck.
Kaboom.
That's why I braided my hair down yesterday.
Right now, it's not that bad because it's but you come out and it's like, oh, no rain, no clouds, fuck yeah. The
Moisture.
water is clear. You can see all the way down to the ground. Basically, in between the rocks, the water is just white sand bank. Yeah, with seagrass and not really a lot of algae in that kind of. It's very clean water, if you know what I mean. You see fish inside as well.
Even their water's cleaned.
I mean,
Team of prestidigitation just like going over
Yeah,
the
yeah,
harbor
yeah.
just constantly.
Yeah.
Mass prestidigitation. It's an extreme spell on how here.
Bet you they have
Seven
items
level.
for that, magical items
You
for that,
are-
like brooms of prestidigitation.
you are taken.
Amazing.
You are taken to this building, by the way.
Mm-hmm. So across the
And-
courtyard, basically.
Yes, across the courtyard. This is the main customs building.
Uh-huh.
It connects actually. It's built in a way where it is built through the wall, so it has like sides on each side, right?
Mhm.
So it's accessible from both sides. But let me activate this for the appropriate. Oh, god damn it!
The name Tucson paperwork. Oh my lord.
That is soul wrenching. Damn that image.
The guy with the glasses. Oh
drains your
lord.
soul.
Yeah.
He looks like that.
He looks like the caretaker from Darkest Dungeon.
No, he looks with those glasses and that hat. He looks like what's it called? That Ghibli movie with Spirited Away, like that guy in the furnace.
The furnace guy, yeah.
Yeah, the furnace guy looks like that. Just plenty more arms to come out, just by the room.
I was just gonna go for Gollum. Looks like he's holding a fish in one hand.
I will not tell you what I did through half the picture today because Chris was like teasing me so much. Anyway, I thought a fresco style picture would be appropriate. Anyway, to shorten this down, because I of course I estimated a certain thing and then it got away. You have immigration papers, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are the basis for everything. You have short term, which is weekly. I will
Read that.
actually. Yeah, let me.
You barely finished the paperwork before they ask you to do it again. Yearly. Oh, yeah,
Yearly.
that one.
There we go.
Vieira will also inquire about what it takes to become a citizen of Tucson, so that you can you ever get to a point where you don't do paperwork ever again?
You have to be basically you have to have a permit without any offenses and issues caused for 5 years in a row.
Ooh.
Okay, good to know. And then you can apply for more paperwork, which then gives you a citizen's permit, I presume?
Yeah, it basically gives you the right to vote and stuff like that.
Okay. Do you need to be a citizen to hold property?
No.
Okay.
You just need the right
So
permits.
And setting up a business would include that, right?
But they do not guarantee that you're not allowed access to your business unless you have a permit to an immigration paper, like, valid. Like
Yeah,
they will not shut
you need
down
a
your
yearly
business.
permit.
They will not shut down your business as long as you have the permit, the valid permit papers for the business.
Yeah.
But you will not be allowed to enter the city.
Yeah,
order,
you'll have to do the whole permit thing again to come in. Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yearly
You also have to pay for the paper, for the immigration papers. It's 1 silver per paper. It's 2 papers. And it has the usual things that you would expect from like American immigration of style. Are you a terrorist? In this case, are you a criminal? Do you have criminal associations? Do you have friends who are criminals?
I don't have friends.
So correct me if I'm wrong, so 12 gold and 6 silver you said for the paper? Or how much silver?
Yeah, 12 gold, 6 silver.
For all of you.
Okay, I am reducing that from the group fund.
Group fund.
Then you have 4 more silver for animal permits. They are not limited because, again, the basis for all the other permits is the immigration papers, right? Therefore, all the other permits are dependent on how long your immigration papers are. So, like, basically, if you have a 1-year permit, immigration, your animal permits are 1 year.
For a year as well.
Yeah.
So it's 12 gold, 6 silver plus 4 silver.
Yeah, 12 gold, 10
13
silver.
gold.
Yeah.
Oh, I am reducing that.
Or 130 silver.
Then you have the inner city permits, which they're a bit different.
Yes, we'll need some of those too, please.
Yes, please.
Ooh, okay. Yikes.
Yeah, whatever.
They tell you that you can apply for the yearly one after a full year.
Okay. So 3 monthlies, please.
Just money is going out.
It's also, again, 2 papers and 1 gold per paper. So 2 gold per person, aka 6 gold for all of you, just for the paperwork.
So 156.
56.
I'm letting Lena do the math.
I'm just
wrote
waiting,
down the list.
I'm waiting until all the money is done and then I'm deducting it.
They will ask you different questions, right? And by the way, so the notary is like, as the court interpreter is translating to Vieira, filling out the form, for her. So the other 2 have to fill it out themselves. So like Vieira is like, I'm getting VIP treatment. Fuck yeah.
This is worth it.
So they will ask you different questions to determine if you need additional permits, right? They say, like, keep in mind, if you want to do something in the city and you're not sure, there's probably a permit for it.
Of course.
Yeah. So if you want to work in the city, you need a work permit.
Define work in the city.
They will point out if you are working for an employer that would be considered work, that is work in the city.
Okay, we need that then.
Then we need work in the city permits.
Yeah. That's 1 silver per paper. So 6 silver total.
6 silver. Okay, so no extra costs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trade permit.
Does that include just buying for private use?
No, buying for private use, that's fine. But if you want to
selling?
sell is
okay,
trade.
we are potentially, we need that. We need
that's
to sell
another
stuff.
6 silver. For
Okay,
all 3 of you.
6 next to silver. Okay.
What about the permit that gives all the permits? Yes.
There's no permit.
Sorry, what did you just say? You two overlap.
6 silver for the trade permits.
Yeah.
Do we all need a trade permit if only one of us is selling something though?
No. But it has to be that one person then who wants to sell things.
Yeah, that's fine. So 2 silver.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's just 6 silver, let's get it all.
Yeah,
sure.
That's fine.
Okay.
Let's get it over with.
Gambling permit?
Just gambling permit.
Gambling?
Yep.
Viera just head slaps Cassius. No gambling.
Gambling permit. I'm pulling. How much is it?
2 silver.
2 silver. Taking out 2 silver.
We're getting
drinking permit.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way,
Viera narrows her eyes and just says, "Do you need a breathing permit?"
No, of course not. And they give you this look like, "Don't be ridiculous." By the way, I also want to point out that the entire time you've been dragged around from like one room to another, right?
Lord.
So it's like in that episode of Asterix and Obelix where they have to like the form A38 and they have to like go up and down stairs, right? So basically it's that. It's a huge building. And there's sometimes like, oh no, if you need this permit, you need this form for that, and this form is in that room over there. And so like you get the full bureaucracy here. Like
that's okay. My poor interpreter and my poor notary are running around like headless chickens.
You can see they're used to that. They don't seem to
it's part of their job.
Yeah.
They like have massive leg muscles from like running around all the time.
Yeah, they didn't skip leg day at all.
Yeah.
Drinking permits, gotcha.
Okay. Do we need
permits? How much is that?
They were 6 silvers each as well. Yeah.
Good.
Not each, total.
Yeah, 6 total.
Hunting permit.
Who's going to be doing hunting in the city?
It's a city outside, like the perimeter, the forests around the city.
Then I guess you will. Viera, aren't you hunting?
No. We're just going to go to a butcher's shop.
Okay.
Or maybe a pet shop?
What?
Anyway, do you plan on driving any vehicles? If yes, you need vehicle permits.
Probably,
not driving.
Yes.
I'm going to be leading a donkey. Does that count?
No, yeah, that counts under the animal permit. It's fine.
Just
what
do
does
yes.
count? What counts as a vehicle?
Like land vehicles, like coaches, like you
oh
have like
my
basically.
lord,
Yeah.
are we arguing about this? Just do it. We might need it. We might need it.
Okay.
How long are these permits for? Are
You
these
have,
for
by
the
the way,
monthly?
for land and water independently. So if you want both, you can need both.
We don't need both because it won't be our ship that goes sailing. It'll be someone else's and they'll have the permit already. So, unless you're planning on buying a boat.
They will point out, like, if you need access to certain temples, you have to request a specific temple permit for those temples. And they will go down the list of, like, if you, like, wedding permits, land permits, if you plan on importing goods, you need special permits for that. If you want to export goods, you need special permits for that.
We're not doing any of that.
The final one is the weapon permit.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 1 gold per weapon plus 2 silver per paper.
Permit.
Wait, sorry. So, is it 1 paper per weapon or?
It's 1 paper per weapon. That's 1 silver for the paper, and 1 gold for the permit.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Shit. Whatever. Okay, everyone, count up your fucking weapons so I can get the money down, please.
What if we plan to sell the weapon to a shop in town?
Is the weapon permit for carrying it or
For
using
carrying
it?
it. For carrying it.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Everyone
if you
count
plan on
all of your
carrying,
weapons.
unless you want your weapon to be peace bonded, and you're not allowed to remove it yourself while you're in the city.
I like quarterstaff, dagger,
What?
dagger.
Please count it out. I can't count with you.
Silver spork. 5 weapons.
You said unless you wanted to be peace bonded.
Yes.
Fiera just puts all her weapons on the counter and says peace bond them all.
You
We're
will.
paying. What?
What?
What? What's
Not planning on shooting people with my bow while I'm in the city.
I'm letting the longbow and the saddlebags be peace bonded, but otherwise all the 6 weapons I have on me are getting paid.
Yeah, 5 from me.
Okay. Alright. So that's 11.
Zero for me.
11 SB is 11 GP.
They will tell you that the peace bond is allowed to be
12
like
and 1 silver.
if you plan on selling the weapons, you can just sell them with the peace bond, and then the seller will deal with it afterwards. Don't break the seal.
Mhm.
Yeah, they can get their own permit.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The final one is the magic permit.
Yes.
3 of those, please.
It's 1 permit for each spell level that you're able to cast. They will
So
test
9.
you. It's a monthly permit. That's the only one that's independent. Like even if you have immigration papers that are yearly, you will have to come back each month to get tested because they know that magical abilities can grow.
Mm-hmm.
They will explain to you that it is very crucial that you give them a list of everything that you can do, because if something happens, they need to be able to trace it. And if it goes sideways, this might be the reason why you're not being put in, persecuted.
Sure.
Like it is in your interest to disclose what you're capable of.
So it's how much per point permit?
It is 10 gold per test level. So basically per permit is per level is 10 gold plus 1 gold for the paper, which is 2 gold. So like 12 gold, per level, per person.
12 gold per level per person, so each one of us 3 levels, correct?
36 gold per person.
36 gold per person. Okay.
They will have you basically perform, and you have the Inquisitor being called in, the same guy from yesterday.
This is why he's so busy.
Yeah, he is watching you, and he's like, all right, I was concerned a tiny bit that your abilities will manifest differently, but I should be able to recognize it in the future. As in, like, he gives you a hint that he knows what you are, but he's not bothered.
Yeah. Been there, done that, seen it before. Cool. So 36 gold per person.
It's not that you don't get the impression that he's been there, done that. It's more like that he's too professional to be like, oh my god, you're outsiders, right?
I'm going to ask after if I need any permits or anything, or if I have to do this locally for access to like archival stuff like libraries.
That is locally per library. That is fine. You just follow the instructions of some libraries are not accessible to the public anyway. But you will figure this out in the city. Just be polite. You will basically be told, like, be reasonable about it. He will also point out if you should develop more magical abilities, you are bound, like you are under the duty to come and report that.
Will do.
He will say once you're in the city, you can approach this building from the other side. There is a table where you can come and basically request to be tested again, and they will handle it.
So would that just be one additional test on top of the permit we've already got?
That would be like, if it's the same level, they will just note what you can do. If it's a new level, it would be another permit.
Yeah, but it would only be one more permit on top of the 3 we've already got.
Yeah.
Sure. Would that extend the duration of the existing 3 permits?
No.
Okay. So then you'd have rolling permits at different times of the month.
It's a good thing that we're doing this at the start of the month, so you know.
Well, he just pointed out this is why you have to come back once a month.
Does this mean that it's valid from the 1st until the 1st?
Yes.
Or the 1st until the 36th?
Well, it's valid for the entire month, 1st to the 36th.
I will ask if we should come just on the 1st of next month, or if we do beforehand.
He recommends coming in on the 36th.
Of course he does. It makes them 1 day richer every time. Because then he'll say come in on the 35th the next month.
This
Is it
point,
possible?
Cassius is falling asleep.
Is it possible to hire someone to do all of this for you every month? Is that just the notary?
Actually, the notary will tell you, because, you know, they're sitting there and translating for you. Your court interpreter and notary said that you can actually hire a notary that you can give, that basically can give you, that you can give authorization, and that's being authorized, and they can perform this for you. But the test, the magical test, is something you need
have
to do
show
in person.
up for.
Yeah,
Of course.
but
yes.
the other permits, if you need to renew
But
them,
all the other stuff, you
yeah.
can just say, please renew everything as it was last month. The magic test, I'll come and redo.
The magic permit is the only exception
Okay.
because they need to see it.
Oh, we
of course.
We definitely want.
How much does it cost? Is that
Next time,
just hiring a notary for the day to redo all the paperwork again, or?
You have to basically make an authorization. I will come up with a price. I didn't write it down. So yeah.
Chrissy thought of something Chinny didn't.
I did think of it, but I didn't think that you
Okay.
would think of it. So, you know, I didn't write down the price. Fuck it.
Really? Because I'm sitting here going, there's no fucking weighing. I'm going through this in character one more
I think we
time.
already talked about it a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like someone that handles all the shit for us, someone that handles bank transmissions for us, basically.
Yep, absolutely.
Part of the paperwork, by the way, they will take.
Do we need
also...
a permit for exchanging coin?
No, I was about to say you don't need but they will take you to a separate room, which is basically the treasury, where you have the opportunity to exchange whatever you need to exchange upon entering the city.
Okay, this is gonna be after session thing for everything I will do.
Yeah.
I'll do that after the session.
After
too.
session, please. Yeah.
After session thing where I will do all the math I need to read.
Because they understand,
everything.
like, the people come from different parts of the inner world here, and some of them come with literal gold bars, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. They do
Okay.
they do exchange
you-
of gems, by the way, as well.
Okay. Are there not shops in town that do that too?
Yes, they're jewelers, but this is actually a full-on exchange. The jeweler, they might offer you more or less. That depends on the, like, this is actually a bank exchange. Like, this is the true,
Yeah, we don't
actual,
want that.
unadulterated value of the gem, right?
Do
that
we
you
want
will
to do
get.
that?
No. Why would we want the true value of the gem when this city imports all its gems?
Yeah.
The jewelers are going to pay way more.
Can try to get a better price.
Yeah. You mentioned something about a land permit. What's that?
Owning land, yeah.
So if you want to own land, you just get a land permit?
Land permit, and then you also, if you want to
Then you
construct
buy
things,
the land.
you need a building permit. You
Okay.
actually have to submit the, you have to hire an official architect who does the drawing.
The
of
drawing, not interested in that. If you buy just a house here, does that need a building permit too?
No, but there needs to be an inspection to make sure that the house is safe, and it needs to pass that permit, safety permit.
Okay. But you
But
can
is
do all of that
is
later.
that not up to the person that's selling the house?
Well, no, they'll probably tell you you've got to sort your own permits out. I bet
Yeah.
they're
The
selling
person
a
that's
piece
buying the
by
house has to get the permit that the house is in good condition. Okay.
But once they bought it, yes.
Yeah.
They're responsible to maintain the safety of the
But
house. Yes.
So if I decide in like 6 months' time I want to buy a house, then I would do all of those permits at that point.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. I can't think of any other possible permits we might need. Just a call lightning permit.
It's magic permit.
You all took a trade
Exactly.
permit, right?
No, yes, we did.
Yeah,
I
Trade
want to
permit.
point out that when they were telling you about the trade permit, it means selling literally anything,
Yeah. We
including
took.
your own body. That they
only thing-
specifically go down the list.
Yeah,
The only
that's
thing that
crazy.
the only thing that we didn't get is the I think water vehicle, and I think only Cassius got the gambling one.
Mm-hmm.
And Vieira didn't get any weapon permits,
Yeah, that too.
so her weapons are all peace bonded.
Yeah.
Can always get them later.
By the way, the
If I
permits are
really need
specific to the person. They're like wax sealed, as in like Cassius's weapons are to Cassius. Oh yeah, they did at some point also ask you where were you born and did you come from. They do make a difference. Like they actually have a checkbox for outsider.
Of course, like expected.
Yeah.
Just tick that box. There's no point me explaining where I came from because you don't.
I'm saying the full name, Airsburg
The
Chesenta.
notary actually verifies 3 times with the court interpreter that he understood it correctly and then puts down the checkbox. You can see, like, not everyone maintains the full professionalism. Outsiders are rare, right? There obviously have been enough outsiders that this has made it on the form.
Yeah.
Exactly 1, because you need the checkbox for every single exception.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Of course you do.
Of course you do. Otherwise it's unregulated. So
Yeah.
1 outsider.
Yeah.
It's also very interesting.
They currently run the city, but
Yeah.
They have like the form.
He also has to get the permit.
The form is clearly made for like the standard races that are in the region, but you also have like fields for other. The same thing for gender. You don't know. Here's the interesting thing, because they have female, male, and then the whole range of like non-binary
in between.
They do, because races are weird in fantasy, so they're this is like the reality. They're aware that there are races that are not easily for example, frog is actually one of the species on the list, and they don't have a fixed gender, so yeah.
All good.
Fixed gender assassin.
Yes.
I think we're just about finished with all the paperwork.
Yes, please.
Are we?
This will take you an entire fucking day.
Oh my lord.
Thought so, yeah.
So once we get the magic permits, are we permitted to use magic now?
Yes. Of
Good to
course,
know.
within the laws of the country. Okay, don't
Yeah,
kill
of
people.
course. Can you send Layla a message and say, like, we're almost done?
Yeah, give
As
me...
you, by the way, walk, you're being led to the front side of the building, not towards the harbor, right? Outside, you already have Donkey and your cat waiting. You don't have to keep him leashed, because part of the permit was that you have to, like, they had like a bunch of questions to see how dangerous they are and so on and so forth. And because now you're liable to your word, you don't have to.
Was there a tick box to say he's more intelligent than half the population in the city?
No.
I'm disappointed.
Put in a recommendation. They should put it on.
Yeah.
Is the animal more
No,
intelligent
you
than
were
half the
asked
city?
actually if you have like suggestions for improvement and recommendations, you can fill out the form and put it in the box over there. They pointed.
A suggestion
way out.
box.
Yeah, suggestion box. They have a suggestion box. Of course, they have a suggestion box.
Vieira asks the notary to write out a suggestion that they shorten each of the forms by 50%.
They will tell you that they have already been revised several times. This is the bare minimum.
Disappointed look on her face again.
Did we get food and drinks during the whole procedure?
Yes.
No.
Amazing.
There's a few old people who went in to get permits and didn't come out.
Yikes.
Anyway, by the time you get out, basically your animals are there. Layla is there next to Ebraf and Mateo. So you're about to send a message. It's like, oh, there she is.
Get outside, just like embrace
Hey, look.
the air.
We made
Rubbing
it.
just rubbing my face, my
and you're
temples
actually in the city proper.
Oh fuck.
My head hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts.
I feel like the most profitable business in this city would be a
Becoming a
business
notary.
that just deals with handling the paperwork for you.
Yeah, no, if I do that, I will fucking chop my hand off after a month.
Well, I did ask the notary, and he did say that you can pay for them to renew the forms for you, except for the magic tests.
Yeah, let's do that. Like
Yep.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. But we've got yearly terms done already for
The
everything
month
except the
thing,
magic.
Yeah.
The magic, you've got to come back monthly, basically.
Yeah,
If you're
and
in the city.
inner city we got also. That's monthly.
Inner city's monthly as well.
That's
Hey, Layla.
Hey,
Hey,
is everybody hungry? Should we go and find somewhere to eat dinner and talk?
Well, she kind of turns around and you have this main street, right? Where like you can see it was probably busier during the day. Like you see a lot of shutting down, closing for the day. There's still pubs, taverns. You have never seen a city this clean and lit up at night. But basically, as you came out the building, she led you around the corner. Like basically, as you come out the building, the first thing you see is a giant cathedral, and then she led you towards the right side. And the thing that you're looking at now is the main street, like going right down the center of the inner city.
Well, can I recommend we find somewhere to put the animals and our stuff for the night?
Yeah, you got it. First of all, hi Layla. And you got any recommendations to stay and such?
Well, how about we head out of the inner city?
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
she
Are
will
we
lead
in the
you-
inner city?
Yes.
How does anybody get through the city without an inner city permit?
Well, they wouldn't have led you through the building onto this side without the inner city permit.
Okay, so where would you have gone? Like around the outskirts?
She will.
To the other harbor, probably.
She will say, I have a map for you guys, so I can show you.
Once we're at a dinner table. Yes, go nuts.
All right. So you came out here, right?
Mhm.
And then she
This
took
is
you
the big
here.
cathedral.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she leads you up this street to this gate here.
Mhm.
And she will take you to this place here, which is an inn tavern.
What I really want to know is how she knew we were coming out on the inside in the inner city and not on the outside.
Because she told us to get inner city permits.
Doesn't necessarily mean we came out that gate. though.
You always come out that gate if you have inner city permits.
Right. Good to know.
So yeah, you get comfy.
In tavern. Is there
What's
a stable? Presumably.
What's the name
Yes.
of the tavern?
What's the name
Yes,
of the tavern?
please.
I will tell you in a second. Fuck's sake. I closed the freaking window.
Is it
Alright,
the nodding direwolf
The
by any
nodding
chance?
No, it's not the Nodding Direwolf. Shush! Shush, you're so mean!
No, it's the Redcon Direwolf.
It's the
Probably
retcon
isn't.
direwolf. That's right.
It's not.
Yeah.
They already stole our name?
Rocks all.
The direwolf dies.
The direwolf dies, yes. Where's my... Oh, there it is.
Too bad it's already dead.
No, even better name, the deleted Direwolf.
The dead direwolf.
Sorry, Chain.
There we go. It's the Keen Grape.
Is this spelt weirdly, or is this the Keen grape?
It's the keen grape. She will tell you that the keen grape is owned by a divorced Asimar and his girlfriend, who was the reason for the divorce.
Sounds personal.
She will give you like a little hint, like never ask him about his wife ever.
Unless you want to get thrown out without paying the bill.
And I'm back. So it's the keen grape?
Yes.
Yep.
Good.
It's owned by a divorced Azamar and run with his girlfriend. Don't ask about the wife.
You should totally ask about the wife.
Yikes.
What's the name of the owner? Layla.
What's the name of the wife?
He.
What's the name of the girlfriend? What's the name of the guard that we just met? Oh, stop.
Okay, so the owner is Balgorf.
Yeah, copy paste, please. For those of us who don't speak this strange language.
Do you also want
the
the
name
last
of the girlfriend?
Yes.
No, the name of the girlfriend. Obviously.
Well, the name of the girlfriend is. Here you
She's
go.
regretting giving
No.
names out. Yeah, I would never have. Is that Bargulf garbage? And Henny Blomgrens.
That's actually
Yeah,
Garb. I misspelled the G at the end, but
That's just...
it's Garb.
So is that
it's just Garb.
G-A-R-B? Okay.
Yeah. So here. There. Corrected.
Bargulf Garb and Henny Blomgrens.
Blomgrens, yeah.
I take it you spend a lot of time in this particular tavern then, Layla, to know the owner and the girlfriend.
I mean, you find out a lot of stuff in taverns. People talk when they're drunk.
That they do.
They certainly do. So is this a tavern you stay at quite often?
On occasion. Depends what I need.
Is there any others you stay at? Do you stay at any in the inner city? Are there any in the inner city?
No, there are plenty of in the inner city. I just don't want to be seen in the inner city.
Yeah, me neither. Not yet, anyway.
I like this one because it's right next to the stables, so if you need a fast horse, it's a good place to be.
Oh.
And that's a big building on the other side.
The large courtyard that we saw when yes.
Oh, can we...
Okay.
Can we stable Mateo?
Well, Mateo is
Mateo,
here. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
Mateo's
they have
stable
their
there.
own stables.
They have
okay.
their own stable.
Yeah, this is actually the 19 that you see on the map. Is like professional horse
Stables.
breeder stables. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Good to know. So if you want, like, are they known for their good horses, or
Yeah,
are
they're
they?
the royal stables. They're literally called royal stables.
Do they sell to other people or no?
They do.
Okay, good to know.
Because in peacetime, there's no reason to have that many horses. You know, it's not like they change them all the time. So they need other income as well.
Good to know.
So
We have our first map marker, number 19, Royal Stables.
Royal Stables, yeah. I mean, you have 17 is the customs building, right? And you have 21 is the inner harbor.
Okay. 21 is the prestidigitated water.
Yes.
All right, I'm making a separate header.
The 21 is sheltered harbor. 19 is the royal horse breeder. 17 is the harbor authority, actually, the dockmaster. And adjacent to it, the 18 is the central customs authority. They basically took you through both buildings back and forth multiple times.
Yeah. In our 12-hour stint in customs.
Yeah.
But
Well,
hey,
not
at least
quite
only
12 hours.
At least it only took them 3 days to see us and 1 day to process us, and not the other way around. So
They are efficient. It's just a lot, right?
yeah, you're not wrong there. Does this particular innkeeper need a permit for us to have rooms here tonight?
No.
He
I mean,
probably has them
he's already... Yeah, you don't need permits to stay in rooms.
I'm surprised.
I mean, it comes at the expense of being a regulated city.
It's a bit of light humor. Don't worry about it.
Do you like coming here, Layla? The city?
Depends what I need. It's clean, safe. Don't mess with the wrong people.
Is it worth it?
It's one of those places where it's really nice that you don't have to watch your back when you go to sleep.
Yeah. Is it worth it to get the inner city permit each time?
Depends what you need. Well, honestly, if you have anything you need to buy, you can get it outside as well.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, is it like only enchanting services are available in the inner city?
No, you have enchanting services outside. It depends on what you need, because the really good ones that make a lot of money are in the inner city.
So they also charge a lot of money.
Oh yes, but they're also really good.
Okay.
And in terms of other like magic services, I will get a recommendation from you later. But
again, it depends on what you need.
Yeah. Oh, I've heard something about magical tattoos.
Oh yeah.
That's one place.
In the inner city?
No.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Is that
in the under city?
He is in the dock. In the other dock.
The new dock or the old dock?
The new dock.
Yeah.
The dock
That's what I
district.
thought. Yeah. Outside the inner city. All good. Okay. Well.
By the way, she got you.
Presumably.
I thought that you already are inside.
Oh yeah. Okay.
She led you to a corner that's like more of a private corner booth, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Very like secluded. There aren't that many people in the inn to begin with, because again, you figure that the storm has impacted a lot, right? Yeah. Mind you, you haven't seen traces of the storm here. Like, whatever happened to the city, they must have, so far from what you've seen, they probably patched it up really well and really quickly, yes. But yeah, she will actually, once you get settled, you will actually get menus for the place.
Is it in Celestial?
It is in Celestial.
I put it down.
You have various wines, various ales, various liquors, a solid food menu as well.
I order something for Vera that I know she eats.
Well, I can read you what they have. They have starters. They have deep fried chicken strips. They have loaded red peppers. They have cheese platter. They have overloaded potato skins. Then they have soups and salads, like chicken soup, roasted chicken, and red lettuce salad. Then they have like pan-fried rabbit for the like mains, grilled duck, a different kind of grilled duck, blackened sausage, roasted turkey, goat.
My first question is, does Ibrath get a menu?
They offer him raw meat. Like, they will give you like a choice between raw rabbit, duck. Okay.
Rabbit. Definitely rabbit. And Viera will have the pan-fried rabbit.
Yeah.
I'm getting some sausage.
It's in red sauce served over lentils and spinach.
Sounds good. See, Cassius, I do eat occasionally. All that paperwork tired me out.
That's good.
You have for the wine list. You have stuff like wines that are called Glass Jug or Prone Crow or Incapacitated Mystic Riesling.
The what?
Incapacitated Misty Grizzly.
Mystic Riesling.
Mystic.
I'm taking.
Riesling. Okay.
I'm getting that
Riesling.
one. I'm getting that one.
It's a locally produced white wine that is described as dry and full.
Ooh.
And a bottle is 2 gold, a glass is 9 silver.
Why aren't actual fucking wines named that cool?
Some of them are.
I'll
The
get a bottle.
pan-fried
I've got a bottle
rabbit,
for
by
the
the way,
table.
is 6 silver.
How much
Yeah,
was
that's
the
fine.
bottle?
The 2
2
gold.
gold.
2 gold for the bottle.
Okay,
I'm getting myself the sausage.
And among the
What's
ales
sausage?
you have the sausage, the blackened sausage. Is blackened sausage with ginger marinade served over bread with a serving of beet greens and collard greens.
Nice.
It's 6
How much
silver.
is the raw rabbit for?
3 silver.
Sorry. 3 silver.
You also have interesting ales such as the Unlucky Barbarian Fruit Ale, or the Arcane Remoras, or the Gnarled Jackal Hard Cider.
I have to take the Unlucky Barbarian.
Yeah, it's a microbrew dark amber fruit ale, described as a refreshing fruit ale with a smooth finish. A pint is a silver.
It's just it needs to happen for me. Without my aim, I can't.
How much is the roasted turkey?
Roasted turkey. It's basically bits of turkey, you don't get the whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
With a cream sauce alongside what looks like spätzle. 6 silver as well.
Alright.
You also have liquors, such as the Moldy Moose.
Moldy muse.
Moose, like
Moose.
meese. Yeah,
Moose.
yeah.
Moose.
Or the
Okay,
Filthy
okay.
Cloak rum.
I bet you they have like a whole wall of schnapps varieties.
Yeah. It's like, brandies, whiskeys, rums, schnapps, all kinds, basically whatever fruit they can turn into schnapps, you have it.
I had some weird ass schnapps.
Yeah. But
Right.
as you're waiting for the food, Layla will actually pull out this map that you're looking at and roll it out.
Mm-hmm.
And she points at the 17th, like, this is the Harbor Authority. This is where you have been doing all the paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
And she will point at the building here. This is the quarantine building where
We
all
spent
the-
most of
We're
our time.
intimately familiar.
Yeah, sadly we are.
Don't need to know any more about that building because I know everything there is to know about that
she will point at this. This is customs. We are here.
building. Mm-hmm.
These are the royal stables.
Yeah.
And the entire inner city is everything inside these walls. This is the original city that was built.
Okay. Is there
And
anything
then-
of note for us?
What would be that's on you to figure out tomorrow? And
Yeah, well,
the
talk
following
us through
days.
this. So you mentioned something to Cassius about you want us to get acquainted with the city, particularly the inner city.
Get yourself acquainted with the city. It's more of a guise, but I figure you will also need some time to get used to get a feel for the layout, if you will. See where everything is. But since you are new people and you don't know where everything is, it's a great guise to take this as a cover to, I wondered if my friend, who is also an elf, and she looks at Viera, is also in the city. Have you seen him?
The blonde elf.
Yes, Samriel.
Because there are 2 blonde elves in the city that we've heard of. One of them has big boobs.
Male blonde elf. Male.
Mhm.
Samriel, of course. And he's actually not really that blonde. He's more white-haired. He's not.
Okay.
He's not Sharkus.
Is he typically seen in the inner city or typically
I
seen
don't know where he's typically
Okay.
seen. If I wouldn't be knowing that, I wouldn't need you guys to figure out where he is. I know he's somewhere.
So you know he's in the city right now.
Yes. This is why I'm
Okay.
here, because the trail led to Tuzen. I don't know where
Yeah,
he is.
okay. Just establishing facts. That's all. Okay.
For once, I know how it feels to be Bertram.
One step behind.
Yes, it is annoying.
Who are you one step behind?
Samriel?
Elf.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant there was someone else on the trail too, instead of
No,
Bertram.
we're still talking about... Are you alright? Do you need a break? Do you need to sleep? It was a long day, I suppose.
I'm not at my most pinnacle condition right now, but I should be a little better tomorrow.
Alright.
It is nighttime, after all, so it's not like we're going to go out exploring the city all in one go tonight. So.
No. Like I said, the
But
idea is that
we might have a walk this evening.
you genuinely don't know the city, so you will have genuinely reason to ask questions and look around. It helps that you are also an elf, so asking for a fellow elf is not out of the ordinary.
Yes.
I can't help that you will stand out. Not so much Samira, but the rest of you.
Yeah,
It's the city of Aasimar.
Yeah,
That's
of course.
bound to happen.
The real question is, if I do ask and I do get a yes, he's over there in that building, let me go and get him for you. What do we do about that? Do we let you know immediately?
Just, let me know where he is. Don't
And then we walk away.
Then you walk away.
And then we disappear.
Yes.
Okay. So the job is search and inform.
Try to be subtle and try not to incur that particular situation.
Okay.
Yeah, I can be subtle. I can inquire in
the
generic
way of,
terms of
we
whether
want to
any
know
of
where
my friends
he is
are here.
without him knowing that we're looking for him.
We want a
Preferably,
trail
yes.
to follow, not...
Yes.
It
be
will
on his
not be a
footsteps.
surprise that people are looking for him, but we don't want to specifically draw his attention specifically to us.
Yeah, we don't want him to know particularly that people are here now in case he then flees.
I mean, among
That's
other
right.
things, I tried to get information from the Celestial Order because they are hunting him as well. But so far,
Who's that?
it's a government organization from Hohia. They
Based in Tucson.
based in Hohia.
Well, Tucson is in Hohia.
It's the
so-
capital. Yes, of course.
So
Everything is
do,
based in
do they
Tucson.
have like a building here? Is what I'm saying.
Oh yes, of course.
They've got like a base.
Which one is that one?
Yeah. Which one is that one?
That would be over here, as far as I know. But they have different offices for different branches. Honestly.
Where was over here? I didn't see over
It's 23.
23.
23.
Okay, thank you.
What are they called again?
Celestial Order.
The Celestial Order.
And it's like a government mandated.
Celestial Order or Celestial Court.
Are they
Depends
like
who you
government
ask.
mandated bounty hunters?
No, the Celestial Court is primarily, like, let's say, operates out of the Hohian Protectorate. It is primarily Aasimar Order of religious spellweavers. And they're publicly dedicated to restoring the glory of the lost golden age of Celestials.
Okay.
A supposed source of wonders and knowledge that disappeared into the mists of time even before the Red Light.
Very at odds with another organization planning to wipe out civilization and restore the balance of nature, for example.
Even within the Manders, Samriel's is the outlier.
This branch where he's in, does this have a specific name as well?
No, they don't.
They just refer to themselves as the
It's the Menders.
Menders.
The Celestial Court focuses mostly on studies of the celestial origins of all Aasimar and collecting lore and artifacts related to the fractured history of the heritage. They're mostly... The members tend to be elevated to nobility if they're not already. They typically serve as court advisors in city councils or the noble houses. The more powerful clergy are given lands and titles in their own names. But aside from securing the celestial heritage, the celestial clergy is primarily tasked with maintaining the magical balance in Hohia, if you will, because you probably heard that they tend to have abnormalities. It comes with the territories. One of the reasons why they settled here, because nobody else wanted to live here. They hunt down and secure any magical accidents that occur in the countryside, like illegal
accidental resurrections.
Yes. They investigate the anomalies. They recover magical artifacts. And as in the power dynamic, it revivals the combined power of all the branches of law in Hohia. They have a lot of authority.
Good to know.
Rumor says it, and this is not official information. This is just I'm something privy at because of my sources. But within the Celestial Court, you have a specific branch, and it's called the Knight Order of the Fox. This is a paramilitary group, and it's actually a secret order within the Celestial Court.
Heard of them before.
And they are allegedly organized around the precepts of an ancient celestial codex. They are part knightly order, part relic hunters. Those are the go-getters. They serve a variety of roles for the organization, although they remain mostly, in the background, unseen. But rumors also says it that the Knights of the Fox and their Justicars are fanatically devoted to their own leader and not so much to the Celestial Court itself, so their goals are not quite aligned, if you know what I mean. I'm telling you about them because they are specifically important to our business.
And the connection there is which?
Wow, where do I start? How much have you found out so far?
Honestly, I don't believe much.
We know that
about what?
About
the thing that we're looking for.
Yes.
It leads to a map, and the map leads to it. We know that these knights are interested in the same auction. Actually, that's what we know about the knights.
Yeah, that's about all we know about them. This is the kind of auction that doesn't happen in front of legitimate eyes, typically, I'm assuming.
Let me give you a bit of a background. I was not originally after the map. I was originally after something called the Sextant of the Worlds.
The thing on top of the staff.
Well, the staff is the Sextant. The entire thing is called the Sextant of the Worlds.
Okay. Good to know.
She kind of she will be wait a bit and then wait for the food to be delivered. She pays for it, by the way. And then
I really deducted it.
That's what you get for
Pay
being
for my own
efficient.
food. It happened already.
sorry.
No worries. Just
Sierra hasn't deducted it, so she will happily let Layla pay for it.
I already deducted as well.
Okay,
Rip.
she's fine if you want to pay for it yourself, right?
I'll actually I'll pay for her food.
Awesome.
Yeah. How much is her food?
She got
28 gold.
she got grilled duck, so it's 7 silver.
And I bought the bottle for the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she got herself actually a filthy cloak rum.
Paying for that as well. How much is that?
It's a shot, and it's 2 silver. And she will also get a house porter along with it,
Nice.
which is 9 copper. Fine.
Perfect.
She will also get a cheese platter for the entire table,
Nice.
All right.
which is 2
How much is
silver.
that?
2
All right.
silver. It's a plate of cheese with crackers.
Let's steer off the food subject yet again.
Yes.
back onto
You're
actual
welcome.
content.
All right. So, and you also realize at this point that she has strategically picked the one corner in the entire, like there's multiple of these corners. So you start realizing this is this kind of place where people go to because they can freely talk without being worried about being, because basically if anyone wants to listen what you're talking to, they would have to sit in a way that it's very obvious that they're trying to listen to you, right?
Yeah.
So, bit of background, and this is gonna be a lot to take in. Probably it's the sextant is kind of like an artifact with a very long, very colorful history. Back in the old days, prior to the red light, before we all ended up down here, at the beginning of the third age of iron, which probably means nothing to you. It was brought back from the First Crusade as a part of the heritage artifacts liberated from the Dome of Rock. And then it later came under the protection of the Crusaders of Gold, or COG for easiness, which was an extremely secretive order of priests set to guard the hidden treasure and knowledge of the past. Because the world prior to the red light had a quite tumultuous history, and a lot of things were lost over time. Apparently, for centuries, it resided in the vaults as part of a huge collection guarded by the Order. And then during the Age of Strife, it was moved, along with a host of other artifacts, to a new vault on the Trinity of Fate, which was an island mage nation, if you will. Cassius, you get an itch at the back of your neck at the mention of the Trinity of Fate.
Okay.
Even then, among the Crusaders of Gold, there were rumors of the cursed nature of the sextant. They whispered that anyone who dared to steal the artifact would die a really horrible, terrible death. And even the Crusaders were not sure if they kept it in the vaults to protect it or to protect those who would covet it, if you know what I mean. Anyway, for centuries, no one dared the curse because apparently it was a thing. I don't know. I only have vague recollections of the history of this thing. But it was apparently stolen. Yes, I know, the unthinkable. From the Sacred Vault by a member of the Crusaders themselves. A rogue priest who abandoned his vows for reasons unknown, as, history goes. And then the rogue priest was murdered by blood mages serving the ruins of the Imperium of Man. Again, tumultuous history. It's like, I don't want to go into the whole historical layout of the outer world. But they took it, the sextant, to themselves. Then the blood mages themselves were killed. As you can see, the curse thing is a thing. Actually ripped apart by one of their own spells, and then the sextant disappeared. And then it remained hidden, and the location was a mystery until red light. It was actually recently that some people were undoubtedly very surprised to discover that the missing artifact was in the possession of an until then unknown collector by the name of Gabriel Adar. I will post you the name into chat. And those people were also very displeased, and it appeared locked tight against their efforts to recover it. However, in late rain last year, the sextant was requested by researchers of the Celestial Court for study. And it was to be made available within Adar's vault. And the access was eventually granted for the first week of wind this year. You see, rumor has it that the sextant, in combination with certain other artifacts, can lead to other artifacts. And the Celestial Court probably wants to get their hands on it because it is linked to the history. If you have been to Cottonstill St. Hildegard, because apparently she has used it to travel the world. And I mean the world as in outside, which is very interesting history considering that nobody has left this place for 400 years since Red Light.
That you know of.
That we know of.
Yeah.
Her story was certainly never confirmed or proven. I just want to point out. Either way, it was made available within Adar's vault, and the researchers were escorted by members of the Knight Order of the Fox, secretly, of course, accompanied, as it turned out, by Samuel Lockwood himself, disguised as one of the Justicars of the Fox. It was taken on the 7th of Wind.
By Samriel.
Yes. So it is assumed.
Mm-hmm.
The sextant itself looks like, how to say it, like a cross between an armillary sphere and on top of a navigational sextant on top of a staff.
Yeah, we need that much.
The center of the sphere there's polished platinum, as far as I know, which anchors a small, seemingly unremarkable stone. I've never seen it up close. I've only heard about this. There's intricately carved designs and undeciphered glyphs that not even the scholars know what they mean. Some of those symbols can also be found on the Brandanus map, by the way.
And could you explain the Brandanus map? Is this relevant?
Well, that's the other thing we're getting to now.
Okay.
Any questions on the sextant?
Presumably last seen in the possession of Samriel. Where was this manor he stole it from, or this vault?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Nobody
the location is
Where does this Gabriel Adar live, generally?
where the vault is.
So unknown.
The location, as far as I know, was remote enough that they would have had to travel during the end of Red Light, which would have consumed all of their resources. It's actually quite an interesting strategic position. Wherever he is somewhere where he cannot get easily. And it's probably not on known maps either.
Yeah, for that reason. So, was anything heard of or seen of the sextant after Samriel took
Not
it?
yet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you believe it's to be auctioned here in the city soon?
No, I actually think that the Brandanus map is going to be auctioned.
Oh, okay.
Is there rumors about who is auctioning it?
The auction, as far as I know, is organized by one of the unofficial organizations in the city. This is something we need to figure out. It has eluded me so far. It's one of those things that are under layers of layers of layers of layers. It takes time. You need to find the right people.
And connections.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I managed to find out that there was that very happy accident. She makes quotation marks with the happy of the cardinal, which drew me actually into investigating what was happening, and then finding out that he was living in the Brandanus Manor, knowing that the Brandanus map is one of the artifacts connected to the sextant. It got my curiosity, so I investigated. I did not know that he was involved, but considering you have seen him, that confirms it. What I have found in the archives in the church, in the cardinal's office, was a list of arts and expensive objects that he had in his possession, as nobles tend to have lists of that for insurance reasons. the Brendanus map is on the list, but nobody knows where it is. It was not among the items that were in his testament.
So what did you see the elf leaving the burning library with, Samira?
Yes,
Piece of
we saw that vision about.
That's right. He saw something else.
We saw a vision of Samriel. There was a separate library. It was burned down, and during the vision, he was at the window, and I don't remember if he stole something or if he put it on fire himself.
I want to point out that the Brendanus map is huge. It's not a small parchment. Somebody would...
I know. I mean, as in maybe papers that lay information about it or something like that.
Could be.
The thing is, remember me out of character. I don't remember if he had something on him.
No,
in the vision.
No.
Okay, so just on the windows. I don't know if he stole something or if he...
Well, the authorities didn't report it as stolen. The testament was old enough that it might have not been up to date. But considering his presence, like his trail led... it was not even his trail. I was following the Celestial Court. They were going for Tuzan. So I'm following them who are following him. So this is me trying to get ahead of the local authorities to find out where he is and what he's up to. The Brendanus map itself, according to the few public records that survived the red light, was made actually during the Age of Seas, which is about 300 years before red light happened, by Saint Brendanus the Anchorite, who was a high-ranking officer of the Iron City. And he allegedly drew this mysterious world map based on a collection of older maps, including some that reportedly survived the destruction during the Age of the Black Suns. Again, I'm sorry, there's a lot of historical knowledge I have in my head, all right? Anyway, inexplicably, that's the interesting part. The Brendanus map depicts the coastlines of the world below as a group of islands within the Nim, which is a body of water inside the central continent of the outside world. I don't know if you ever seen a map. You guys have seen a map.
You're showing us one right now. It's on the table.
No, I meant a map of the outer world.
Oh. No.
Yes, you did. The fucking librarian showed you an outside.
Pierre doesn't remember that.
This is the one that you saw.
Do you remember that?
No, we didn't get that one commissioned, so it was just...
Yeah.
I remember seeing it, but that's it.
No details or anything.
Yeah, she will actually pull out a map and like, all right, so this is a copy of a copy of a copy, but this is a map of the outside world, not the Brendanus map, mind you. But you see this large body of water in the center? So apparently the Brendanus map shows all of the inner world places as a group of islands in the middle of that. Which is weird, because when the map was made, the inner world did not exist.
So this is some sort of self-fulfilling prophetic map.
I don't know how it would be self-fulfilling unless the map made this happen. But the other interesting thing is that it was also showing the altered portrayal of the inner coastlines around the Nim as they might have been, we don't know because nobody has access to the outer world, after the red light calamity. Because if you didn't know, all these lands, they used to be part of the inside edge of this continent in the outer world. And they broke off. So the coastline, as you can see here on this map, would not look that way. It would be slightly different.
So definitely prophetic in that sense.
Yes. Either way, cartographers, mundane and magical alike, puzzled over the apparent use of something called arcane trigonometry. It's a school of magic that would not be developed for 300 more years in that time. Back then. And while Brendanus claimed he drew the map from other older maps, cartographers were bemused by the fact that it appeared to be based on maps that not only acknowledged the world was hollow, but also calculated its inner circumference within 50 miles of the true measure. So, either way, the map remained an oddity, dismissed by researchers and cartographers as one of the many items that just didn't fit with their understanding of history. Either way, for years the map remained under lock, even outside in the archives of the Iron Maiden. You can see there's a lot of iron in here. It was rediscovered during the Age of Darkness, which started approximately 4 years before the Red Light. And it remained there until the turmoil of the Red Light. And then in the destruction and chaos that accompanied the descent of the, splintered landmasses, many of the nation's most valued treasures were lost, among them the Brendanus map. So most believed it actually to be destroyed by the descent of that splinter. But no, in reality the map was discovered by pillagers and ended up passing through hands of collectors and historians. So yeah.
All right.
And this map, what does it have? Any? How can you
The
recognize it from others?
sextant helps you find points on the map. It's like a puzzle.
Okay.
You have multiple artifacts that if you put them together and read them in a certain way, they can lead you to certain places, like ley line knots, like forgotten artifacts, like
Potentially
places of
the
power.
outside, like St. Hildegard did.
Potentially the outside. It could literally be anything. And while the artifacts, let's say everyone has heard about the keys, right? Nobody has, there's not many people who know about the artifacts.
So, do you know if that's the reason why Samuel is after potentially both of them?
What?
Like the map and the sextant.
Well,
Like
it could
traveling.
be- I don't know. I have never used the map. I don't know what it leads to. I have never seen it. It's none of my business, quite frankly. He needs it for something. It leads to something that he's interested in.
Okay. Alright.
And mind you, the Saxon and Brendanus map are not the only two pieces that are needed.
What would the other pieces be? Because if we can't get him in, if we can't do this in quick enough time, that
I wouldn't
would be
even
the
know
next
how
step,
to
right?
begin to find the rest, honestly. It's not my job. My job was to find the sextant, and now my priority has shifted to the map.
Okay.
I care about getting the map and getting it to my employer, and that's my job.
Alright. So the plan for now is for us to go to the inner city tomorrow and just gain footing.
Toward the city.
Yeah.
Not just tomorrow,
Good.
next few days.
Yeah.
Like, take your time. You don't want to be looking like you're looking for something.
Do you have any any dates or anything that you have planned?
Not
or
yet.
Whatever. Okay.
Kind of keeping an eye out and ears out to see if I catch any rumors of the auction. It's pretty hush-hush.
In terms of remaining in contact with you, we can just do through messages. Magical.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have like certain let's say, hideouts in case shit goes down that we should
She
know
grins.
about?
I mean, I do, yes.
All right. Would there be one or two that you're willing to share?
No.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
You just being tourists. You shouldn't have a reason to get into hideouts.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you draw his attention, get the fuck out of the city.
Good to know.
I think Korea is gonna be in the harbor for a few more days. He's in the new harbor.
Okay. Yes, I think there's been, unless any more questions, there's been a long enough day that we should rest.
I mean, that was a whole bunch of information.
Yeah, we need to process it.
Yeah,
Do you have
I've been after this guy for a while now. I actually originally thought that he was using the Grannies for some back channels to get the sextant to the Elven lands. This is why I boarded the ship originally.
Oh, okay.
But were they involved in the end? Or?
No, they were not. It was a decoy. He was good. He sends decoys all over the place. It's probably why the Celestial Court didn't go for them. Should have known better.
Can't know anything. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mind that neighing horse, that's just a breath eating dinner.
Yeah, I mean...
There.
We have a few days now, you said, so let's see what we can find.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want us to keep a special eye out, or just wander around loose?
Well, yes, Samuel, obviously.
Yeah, outside of that, obviously.
If you pick up on the rumors along these, I doubt that you will hear it in the public places. Do let me know.
Mm-hmm. Will do.
Take 2-3 days. Get the layout of the city. We'll reconvene after that. See where we are. See what I have on in the meantime.
Okay.
In the meantime, do you know any decent places to do enchanting services? Specifically for kind of divination and protection magic?
Yes. She grins at you. Like full on, like shit-eating grin.
Any you'd recommend?
I can put you in touch with my fixer, yeah.
Okay.
A bit cheaper. Depends on what you need exactly.
Yeah. Happy to go into detail with your fixer about that, and they'll be able to let me know what they can and can't do.
I'll write it down for you.
Thanks.
They're not in the inner city, by the way.
I
They're
gathered it.
at the New Harbor docks.
Yeah. And you mentioned that's where these magical tattoos are as well.
Yes.
Ooh, we can make a trip out of it.
Well,
Sounds like a
list.
plan.
I would recommend you focus on the inner city for the next 2-3 days
We will.
and
Yeah.
avoid
Yes, of
the
course.
New Harbor. That's it's a league
Recipe
on
for
its own.
disaster.
Navigating that with their clan interactions and stuff, you don't want to piss off the wrong people.
That's for later.
Alright. In this
Gotta get a priority straight first. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I need you because you're fresh faces and asking around will not draw attention to me.
Speaking of magic items, we've been most likely gonna get at least one more magical bag. Do you know any sellers that have decent prices?
Oh, you'll have plenty of them in the city. Do you have it in the trade district? You know that long street I showed you? So at the very beginning when we were standing, to the right side is the trade district. This is where you can find all the shops.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, I think that's a good stop then.
One more question. Do you know a character goes by the name of Richard? It's apparently some kind of magic user in the city.
You have plenty of them?
Pretty big. Just someone that we were told to look out for, not a positive sense. And I described like a short fat dude.
She
Bold.
shrugs.
No? Okay. No. Worth a try.
Well, if he's a big deal, he's obviously not very well known around. He's not public.
Well,
knowledge.
he also uses disguises, so...
All his other forms are well known, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or allegedly uses disguises. We don't know which one is the
Not
real one.
every caster in the city is a public figure.
I would imagine most are not.
And there are enough of them in the city that I really do not know every single one of them.
No, that's fair. Some trying out, maybe, you know.
Anything else?
Nothing from me, I think.
Nothing from me.
No. Actually, you mentioned in the history with the sextant, the sextant, you mentioned the Trinity of Faith.
The Trinity of Fate, yes.
I don't know. I got a tingle when you said that.
It used to be a mage nation back in the day. Rivaling Khaldun, the megocracy. Very isolated, very kind of to themselves. Well, as far as I know, Khaldun was involved pretty much across the entire inner continent. They had like these high magisters that were involved in government and politics and regulation of magic. The Trinity of Fate was more isolated to themselves. They didn't really mix with the other. Mind you, even then, there were so many mage orders. It's hard to keep track of them. It is believed that they were destroyed during the Red Light, because they were pretty much dead center.
Okay.
A lot of people died.
Well, I think that's it for now.
All right.
Yeah.
Reconvene at a later date.
Well, then enjoy a meal. I'm gonna head out. If you need something, she nods towards Samira.
Sure.
Good luck. See you later.
See you later.
See you later.
She winks to Cassius.
Alright.
Downs her shot and then heads out. Like out.
Guys wanna get a room?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Alright.
let's do it. I suppose like already for a couple of days. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
Room with breakfast and dinner is 2 gold per person.
2 gold per person.
And you actually have individual rooms, by the way.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yo, was disappointed.
Kitty cat sleeping with me, so it's fine.
Alright, so how many days were you taking?
It's, by the way, 1 silver surcharge for the food for the cat. And 1 silver for
Gee.
stabling for Matthew.
Okay.
Okay, so is the surcharge for every day or just
Per day.
Yep. 6 gold, 2 silver per day.
6 gold, 2 silver per day, or how many days?
3
Yeah, for 3 for now.
for now.
Alrighty.
Possibly more.
And that's it for today, you guys.
Right.
Because everything else will need more than 15 minutes. So, yeah.
Math.
You also
Yeah.
have baths, by the way. In
Ooh,
the
that's nice. That's nice.
Perfect. Probably a surcharge for that.
Yes. I had to think about it. Yeah, there is. No, there's a place where there is no surcharge, but it's a different place.
Okay.
It's 1 silver for each use.
Pay for it when I need it.
Yeah. Okay. That it? Are we calling it?
I think so. Chris is AFK, but I think so.
Chris, for fuck's sake.
And
Well,
Lena's
let's wait
doing
for
math.
him.
I'm doing math.
Lena's doing math. Okay, I will just drag Chris over into the office and...
Yep.
Alrighty, let's go office. Okay.
Yeah. See you in a moment.
See you there.
All right, people. Oof. I hope you enjoyed. They're finally in Tucson. And we're kicking off the hunt. Woo! It's gonna be interesting. Vieira will have interesting dreams. But more on that next time. I hope you enjoyed. Was a fun episode. Let loose the hounds. Yeah, exactly. So yeah. More planning next week. Friday we're gonna have double rolls because I couldn't make it on this Friday because of paperwork I had to do. So yeah. More streams next week, and then basically Friday will be the anniversary because oh my god, 1 year of affiliate, yay! And Steve has been with me from the day one. Big hearts. So yeah, I have a week to plan out exciting stuff, but otherwise I am tired now. I need to go pass the fuck out. I hope you had fun and enjoyed. I love you all. See you next time, and bye!